So Tank, you saw the interview Don Frye did with me about you the other day. What were your thoughts on it?
Oh, Lord. Don Frye! Fuck Don Frye!
Looks good.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on. I used to be able to whistle, but now I can't. I don't know what the heck happened. Shit. I'm just fooling myself thinking I used to be able to whistle. I lost it. I lost it. I keep this trying to sweep this, keep it semi-clean, and then Lisa takes all this old stuff and feeds it to her goats and her cow, you know. So.
What's your horse's name?
Puzzles.
I think she's coming over.
Look at you, big girl. Oh my God.
That's a boy. It's a gelding.
Oh my God, I didn't see. I looked underneath and see anything hanging there. Sorry, big boy. Sorry about that.
Yeah. He's not thrilled with the lack of equipment either, you know, in a comparison.
Sorry, buddy.
How old is he?
He's like 16.
Oh my gosh, is he really?
Here.
Carrot?
He'll bite it off and yeah. It's
okay?
No,
Too small?
in half, yeah.
Here,
Thanks. He lost a tooth. I don't know. I don't know how he lost, I think one of his molars. And, shit, it's been almost half a year now. I noticed him dropping the food and all that, so threw him in the trailer, took him to the vet, and she said, well, he broke a tooth. So I don't know. Sometimes the alfalfa we get, Lisa found a wrench in it once in between flakes.
What?
You know, yeah, I mean, then there's cans, and every once in a while you get some crap in it. And so,
Probably chewing on some garbage.
well, I know I didn't punch him, knock his tooth out. So. That'd be my guess, you know, is to blame somebody else. So.
He's pretty.
There's a couple carrots over here.
You could probably break that one in here.
He's a carrot addict.
Come over here.
Junkie, carrot junkie.
You come closer. Come on. Good baby. Oh, that's good. That's good. What you do? What you do? You want more? Maybe some more? Finish chewing that one. You ready? There you go.
Have you always ridden horses?
What's that?
Have you always ridden horses?
Yeah. 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 Everywhere my dad was stationed, I found a horse. Here's some treats. I got him from a friend of mine. They say if you got 5 friends in your life, you're lucky. And this is Dan Severn. This is Justin Kipp. Justin's the one who gave me the horse.
Oh.
And Justin's a good old boy. He's over there in Lordsburg, New Mexico.
Okay.
He got a good family. One of his boys is a pro rodeo.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Yeah, so tight Kipp. bull rider, and then they had the whole family ropes, you know, and puzzles there. They used to use puzzles to train kids, you know, so puzzles knows everything. And you don't know anything about a horse, you can get on them, you know. A great horse.
Did you ever do rodeo when you were younger?
No, I wish I did, man. Two things I regret in life. Because I didn't serve in the military and I didn't do rodeo. If I'd have done those, I'd have been a happy boy. All right, we'll give me one now. We'll wait later for give him a couple hours. We'll give him that. A little bit more water in it.
So is there any chance of your daughter getting into MMA? You said she uses this bag from time to time.
No, Katie's a brain. Yeah, she's a brain. She got a full scholarship, academic scholarship to Johns Hopkins University.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and so, but she's a hell of an athlete. She comes out here and hits that bag and kicks it, and then properly, and then hits the weights and runs, and you know. She's a brain. She don't have an athletic bone in her body, but she's an athlete. You know, there's a difference between being athletic and being an athlete. Now her sister, on the other hand, her sister's athletic as all get out. You know, she can do the jumps and the falls and the kicks, but you know, I mean, could have been a gymnast, could have done this, could have done anything she wanted to, but she screwed up, got a boyfriend, went that route. You know?
Sounds like she could have been a wrestler too.
Yeah, she could have been. She's cock strong, boy. Tell you what, she's powerful. Let's all get out. And Katie will hit that bag and be like swack, 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 swack. Cassie will hit it like boom, boom, boom. The whole roof vibrates, you know. She hits like a man.
When you were fighting, did you do much training out on the ranch here?
Just on the bag. Did the bag and then did the running. You know, used to go out there and run up and down the hills, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a good place to get lost, you know, in your mind and escape all this stuff.
What kind of animals do you see out there?
Oh, hell, you see everything. You know, bobcat, mountain lion, javelina, you know. Supposed to be bighorn sheep, never saw them, but come across a few dead mountain lions, you know.
Snakes, I guess.
Cut the head off. Oh, yeah, I always see snakes. Don't even think about that anymore. But I cut the head off of a dead mountain lion, you know, haul it in and boil the skin off, you know, and just have the skull, you know. Did that with the javelina, too. Katie Mae! Katie Mae! Where'd she go? Thought she's hiding around the corner here at the fork.
I think she left.
I guess so. Oh, I thought I saw her walking with the fork back here. The rake. All right, so.
It must be expensive to keep a horse.
You know, it is. It's, you know, fastest way to go broke is to open a gym or buy a horse. Is that, you all have horses?
No, not currently. No, I haven't since we lived in Tombstone, but we have 2 Great Danes.
Yeah,
So it's pretty much the same thing.
Almost horses.
I've had horses before, but it's been several years. So.
yeah. Lisa's got a animal rescue / shelter. She's got like 50 goats.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't know, 5 or 7 horses. 15 dogs. So, you know.
Oh, goodness. Neat.
And now she's got a couple feral cats coming around.
Jeez.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of them's a tom and the other one's a female. So We got to catch them up before.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kittens all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you had this ranch for?
Oh, it ain't a ranch. It's a house with a yard, man. In Arizona, you got a ranch. You got to have at least 10,000 acres to call it a ranch. Mine's a yard, and it was a small yard too at that. You know, I only got a couple acres here. Yeah. Back before the divorce, we had 5-acre ranch down in Hereford, or ranch, yard again. Had a 5-acre place with I think it was an 8-stall porta barn, either 8 or 10. I don't remember. Had its own well and all that, but I didn't get that in the divorce.
Hereford area, that's beautiful out there.
Yeah,
too.
it's real nice out there. Yeah.
Did you ever make up with Tank Abbott, by the way? I know you guys had some heat for a while.
Fuck Tank Abbott. No, he'd sit there saying a bunch of bullshit, saying that he got on that Mark Hall train. You know, that I paid Mark Hall to throw the fucking fight. Fuck him. Fuck, I never threw anything, never asked him to throw a fucking fight. You know, none of that shit. And I fought in the finals of Ultimate 2. And that's why he's saying that.
Oh, because he was saying that you had it easy in the one before him, right?
Yeah.
That was his allegation. Okay.
But hell, he had Cal Worsham, who was a good fighter, but Cal had almost died back in May because he broke a rib, punctured a lung. So, you know, areas back in May almost dead, and then comes to December, you know, he's fighting in the tournament, you know, and Abbott got him first round, and then Abbott got Glassjaw Joe, you know, second round, and that guy, you know, he let a fart and knock him out. His jaw was so weak. You know, so Abbott got him. Abbott was their prize pony, and they were trying to get him to win the tournament.
Right.
And so they set me up against Gary Goodridge first round, and then the second round was supposed to be a Brazilian. I got hurt, and so they ended up putting Mark Hall in there. And I didn't want Mark Hall, you know. I respected him because I thought he was a good fighter, but he was insane, you know. And then he started some bullshit that I paid him to lose the fight. Let's see, and then he came in as an alternate, and I didn't want him. You know, I wanted to fight. They had a black kid whose name was Ty Bowden. You know, Ty Bo. Yeah. Now, I want to fight him. You know, we can't let you fight him because you already beat Gary Goodridge first round. If we give you another black opponent, it would look racist. I'm like, oh, jeez. You know, so you fucking people are insane all the way around.
Do you know Tank's in Arizona now too?
No.
Yeah. He lives in the Scottsdale area.
Really?
Yeah. They're practically neighbors.
Shit. I need a new neighborhood.
You think you'd ever make up with him? Or do you think that...
No, sit there and claim that I had somebody throw a fight. Fuck him. You know, fuck anybody who says that too.
Right. I know that there were some thrown in Frye, but you were never in any accusations of ever being involved in anything like that.
No. They knew I was already fucked up. You know, my body was cashing in on me. And so that's why they kept me, you know, the main event. I only did one or two main events, you know, And shit, we stole the show when we did that. So
Yeah.
Takayama-san and I. So
Oh, Dan was just talking about that on the way down.
yeah.
Yeah. It's one of your most memorable fights for
Oh
sure.
yeah. God bless him, man. God bless him. He's great. Shit.
Do you regret it all, that fight, because of the toll that all of the injuries took over the years? Going so hard.
On me or him?
Well, you both took a lot of shots to the head that day.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. God bless him. He had that bad wrestling match, you know.
Did you do any special neck training to help absorb blows, or did you just have a strong neck from all your years amateur wrestling?
Both. I always worked the neck. You know, I had a strong neck for wrestling, but I always worked the neck, especially in the fight game. I always chewed gum, you know, strengthen the jaw. Always chew gum.
Mark Kerr lives out in Arizona too. Did you ever keep in contact with him?
No, Mark Kerr's a fucking goof. He's a fucking goof. Jeez. Anybody who knows him knows he's a goof.
What do you think about The Rock apparently playing him in a role about his life, I guess?
Rock's a dumbass to do that. He should pick somebody better to represent. Kerr ain't the one. Drink the water. Kerr's a fucking goof.
In what way?
Every way. Shit. He's a fucking idiot. You know, I'd sit there and say he was scared the whole time and he never wanted to fight. He did a good job for a scared coward, you know. Shit. Of course, he's juiced out of his fucking brain, you know. Then, Brad Reagan's is the one who broke me into pro wrestling, and Brad's like a second cousin or something like that to, what's his name? Who's the pro wrestler who won the UFC championship?
Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar, yeah. Brad's a cousin or second cousin to Brock Lesnar. And so Brock was supposed to come out, you know, to talk to me about training him when he first started it, getting in. And he flew into Phoenix and to go see a strength and conditioning coach he met when he tried out for the Vikings. And so he was up there and he came down with Kerr, you know. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, but so Steve Owen, who's my judo sensei and trainer and corner man, you know, and we were working with Brock. Fucking Kerr come up off the wall and try this, do this, do this. Everything he showed was a complete idiot move, you know. Stupid. He should have stayed out of the way. And Kerr, I don't know why Kerr got involved with that moron, but then he left, you know, and never came back, which is fine with me.
How did you get involved in training with Brock?
Well, because Brad Reagan's.
Oh, he brought you into the camp?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even a camp yet. Brock was just when he was first thinking about getting into the fight game.
Okay. So they paid you to come in, I guess?
No, it didn't pay us. He just, Brad asked me as a favor, you know?
Okay.
And, you know, Brad's a good friend of mine. He's a friend. He's one of these, you know, figures. God bless him. You know, he's a good street shooter.
Did you realize that Brock had the potential right there?
Oh, he had the potential, but he didn't have, you know, he didn't have a chance if he's going to have Kerr in his corner, you know, or in his camp.
Right.
And I think maybe he might have eventually figured that one out. Eventually he got rid of Kerr.
Yeah, that's true.
But he wasted everybody's time by having that moron come down here with him.
Okay. What about Mark Coleman? What are your thoughts on him?
I like Coleman. Coleman's a good guy, you know. he can be pissed at me because he's buddies with Kerr. He can be pissed at me for saying what I did, but that's God's honest truth. You know, I'm not here to fucking lie and jack anybody off. You know, Kerr's a goof. Coleman's real. Coleman's a real fighter.
Yeah. What did you think about the incident he had in Pride where a lot of people thought he threw that one fight? I guess there was, I don't know what the reasoning behind it was, but he apparently let somebody beat him.
What fight was that?
One of the Japanese guys, all of their names are hard for me to pronounce, but Rick Bassman said he was paid about 60 grand to do that. Just give up, I guess.
Oh, well,
It was one of the it was a guy that went on to be a wrestler, actually.
they Coleman made two mistakes. You know, one's doing it, the other was letting somebody know about it who fucking talked about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I guess Rick was his manager. You know Rick, obviously, too.
Well,
so,
he still shouldn't talk to anybody about it.
Yeah.
You know? That's something, if you do something like that, you take it to the grave. Shit. Why are you going to tell everybody you were involved in throwing a fucking fight? You know, you got no common sense, no pride, no dignity to do something like that.
Is there any fighters today you like?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, baby. Hey. We're out of carrots, out of treats.
It's okay. I could ask you about that later.
All right.
In fighting, I am the UFC champion, which is that considered the world championship?
Yeah.
World champion. I was stoked. I was stoked when I beat Don Frye, toughest guy I ever fought in my life. I would have had to kill him before he quit. And I couldn't believe what I was into. This was the third fight of the night. I hadn't been hit one time that I know of. I know my hands were killing me. And I got Don Frye down there at a 10-minute mark. And Big John asked him, "How you doing, Don?" He says, "I'm fine." Even though his eyes was closed shut, he opened up a little bit and said, "I'm fine." I said, what have I got myself into here? So I had to continue. They didn't stop fights back then. Don Frye was never going to tap.
Yeah.
And they did not stop fights, and he was still defending himself.
Yeah.
And I was exhausted. I was exhausted. But I got to finish this somehow. And finally his hands lowered enough that Big John pulled me off. And I still didn't know if I won because I said, "Is it over?" And Big John looked at me and told me to go to my corner. I'm like, what the heck? And then finally I seen Big John doing the wave off sign. And I always give praise to the Lord. Thank you, buddy, because that was... But I was exhausted and it was so hot in there. And I had a lot of my fans come swarm around me in the cage. They swarmed the cage. And the heat went from 110 or 100. It went from 100 up to 115. And literally I was going to pass out. And I looked at my coach and said, "Please, you know." And whew. But then when I did finally get my breath under control, wow. You know, I'm the fucking champ. How much cooler can it get than this? Well, it can get a lot cooler, but at that moment, what the heck? I've been dreaming of this since I was a 5-year-old kid.
And your rematch with Don Frye at Pride 26.
Don Frye, yeah.
Any thoughts on that one?
My rematch with Don Frye, Pride 26, well, I tell you, Don Frye, UFC 10, okay, you're talking about a young, hungry lion, killer, no quit in him, a farm guy, strong, wrestler, D1 wrestler. Okay, well, when I beat him that night, well, I feel his pain, but at the same time, if you look in hindsight, I weighed 235 pounds. He weighed 215, 220, and I was an Olympic caliber wrestler. Sorry, the odds should, if they had odds at Vegas and anybody knew what they were doing, there ain't no reason in hell why I shouldn't beat Don Frye's ass. I'm bigger, stronger, better wrestler, and he's going to be on his back, and he's not going to submit me. Well, that's the way it went, but it went that way, and it was headbutt, it was elbow, it was punches, it was knees, it was everything I could give this guy, but he was just not going to quit. You would never see a fight like this now. You'll never see a fight like me and Don Frye again, because they would have stopped the damn fight earlier, which I wish they did, because well, it's a classic for sure, but at the same time, Don Frye, he hated me after this fight. He went home and he hated Mark Coleman, and he watched this fight every day, and it took years off his life. And I would see Don Frye over the next couple years. I would see him at smaller shows, look over, and I would give him a wave, and he would reluctantly maybe give a wave back. But then it took about 3 years, 4 years before he finally came up, and Don Frye stepped up and said, hey man, he says, I can't hate you. He says, we're too much alike. And it was so cool. I sat there and said, yeah, Don, come on, brother. He said, but hey, I still want that rematch. I said, no problem, but same thing's going to happen. And then me and Don Frye became best friends. We ended up doing the rematch in Pride, and honestly, he was going through all kinds of back injuries, you know what I mean? But he had gained 20 pounds. He was up 235. We were same weight now.
Yeah.
And when we initially locked up, he felt like the strongest man in the world. And I said, oh, shit. But thankfully, it's not just about strength. It's about the gas tank. How long can you maintain that strength? And fortunately for me, I wasn't in my best shape. It wasn't one of my better nights of my life. I had injuries and stuff I was dealing with, but fortunately for me, I had a little better gas tank than him. And, same thing happened minus the headbutts, so it wasn't as vicious, it wasn't as violent, but I got to win. And then after the after fight party, Don Frye came up to me and he said, we look like a couple old men out there is what I heard. And I said, well, I don't know, I guess so. He goes, man, we got to do it again. Don Frye wanted the third fight right after the second one. That's Don Frye, man. You got to get him on camera because he's the best interview ever.
Well, we're working on it.
Me and him side by side, we probably be a lot of interruption.
We'll try to make
we
that
both
happen.
be fighting for the mic.
We'll have to have double mics.
He's hilarious. Don Frye's awesome. I love him to death, man. So many surgeries, but just I always say, they always ask me, who's the toughest guy you ever fought? And I say, the toughest or the best? The toughest, I used to see Don Frye.
Hello, you knuckleheads. This is UFC Hall of Famer Don Frye, the Predator, Otokojuku. That means man of men. I'm here to do a lifetime story with the Hannibal TV. Get ready, get set. It's not going to be as exciting as some, but it's better than most. Don't miss it, or I'll come over there and kick your door down.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and I'm here with MMA legend Don Frye, who was also a very successful professional wrestler in Japan, which some MMA fans might not know. to start this off, I guess you're in the hospital. Do you want to tell us why you're here, just for the fans, so they're not thinking it the whole interview?
Yeah, they're going, what's going on? Not an angle, not shooting an angle. I screwed up again and broke the rods in my back for the second time. So it'll be the fourth time I broke my back, I don't know. But yeah, everything was going good, and then all of a sudden things are starting going downhill, and I went to see a doctor having a regular appointment. He looked at the x-rays and the CAT scan, said, get your butt to the ER right now. Then they put me in a surgery the next day.
Well, you're lucky that you have good medical care here, and it sounds like
Damn right, God bless America.
So to start this off, you want to just tell us a bit about what your childhood was like?
Heck, I had a great childhood. My dad was in the Air Force, you know, so we bounced around every year and a half, 2 years. So my brother hated it, but it worked out good for me, because about the time I wore out my welcome, it's time to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so worked out perfect for me.
What sports did you play when you were younger? I guess you wrestled, obviously.
No, I didn't. I played, Pee Wee football, Little League P-ball, T-ball in Little League, and then I did a year of judo when I was stationed, or my dad was stationed at Langley Air Force Base. And then about the 8th grade, Coach Gashardo down there in Sierra Vista wanted me to go into wrestling, and I went out for one day. I said, this ain't for me. So I went and found a place to go box. So I did, I boxed amateur for that year, and had one match, got in the ring, knocked the guy down. He got up, broke my nose, and my mom decided my boxing career was over. So I went back to football, and the next year, Jerry Peckinpah, he got me into wrestling.
Okay.
And then that moved me up to, I got lucky and pinned everybody in the first round, so they moved me up to varsity, halfway through the season with Coach Manny Martinez. So then I got real lucky and, placed a few times in the national tournaments, Greco and freestyle. And then I got really lucky and got a scholarship at ASU in front of Bobby Douglas.
Right, and Dan Severin, I guess, was one of the assistant coaches there at the time. I've actually wrestled him a few times, and we've interviewed him. What do you think of Dan Severin?
I love Dan Severin. Dan, because of you, all of this has happened to me. Thank you, Dan. My neck got broke, my back got broke 4 times, my shoulders have been broken, my hand twice.
How is he still walking around fine is what I want to know.
Dan, he's something else, isn't he? He's amazing. He's amazing. I know that Bobby Douglas called me a medical phenomenon because I got in a bad wreck, and then made a comeback. And I'm back in college. And but man, Dan is he's a freak of nature. Goddamn, he's 57, and he's still out there, has had too many surgeries,
Yeah, he might even be closer to 60.
Yeah.
But he looks younger.
He looks fantastic, yeah.
And why did you transfer from Arizona State to Oklahoma State?
Well, I had a bad accident, I'm glad, Coach Douglas, I am so sorry. I've lied to you for 20 years, sir. Here's the truth. I told him I got hit by a car riding my bicycle, when all the truth is, me and myself and Rod Severin and a couple other guys, Rod's Dan's little brother, we were out drinking and riding those 3-wheelers. And we were hitting it pretty hard, doing the jumps and all this. And we're across the track, and these guys pulled up in their trucks, when they get out and they have their suits and helmets on. I said, look at the little sissies, Next thing you know, I take off, land, boom, 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 boom. Broke my neck and didn't know it. I just thought I messed up my shoulder, but broke my neck. That was the first time. And so that I wrestled, tried wrestling the rest of the year for Coach Douglas, but there was only one arm, because it took this side. And then they put me on a medical scholarship because I couldn't compete anymore, and I rehabbed it really hard the next year. I believe that was the Christmas season of 87, 86, 87, and then I rehabbed it and came back in 88, and I won the Southwestern Regional United States Olympic Trials in Las Vegas in both Greco and freestyle.
Wow.
And then I took 5th in the nation. Goddamn Canadian beat me for 4th.
Who was the Canadian?
I don't know. I don't want to. But yeah, I'm sorry, Coach Douglas. I've been lying to you for 20 years, sir. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Did you have any contact with Randy Couture in that time?
Only when I went to Ogie State, yeah.
Okay.
He was the 190 pounder. I was the heavy, and I was, light heavy. I had gotten married that summer, and we don't have two pennies rubbed together. You know? And so my weight was about 205, 210. So I wasn't a very big heavy.
I see.
And then the marriage went to shit, and my wrestling went to shit, and I was voted off the team.
Really? They took a vote on it? Wow. So is that when you had your one boxing fight at Pro?
No, I had 8 boxing fights.
Okay.
What it is, I fought 1 or 2 underneath the name Don, and then I fought under JR, because JR is the name I used growing up.
Okay.
For junior. So you can look that up, because Ann Evans and I looked that up last year, and I guess it must have disappointed him because he hasn't talked to me since.
So why didn't you pursue that further? You just
I was no good.
Okay.
No good. I was good at catching punches. But I didn't put any effort into it. So I got exactly what I deserved out of it. Put in nothing, so I got nothing.
And how did you end up getting into MMA? I guess you started training with Severn a little bit.
Well, hell, I got out of fighting, and I did some bartending. I did some construction work, and then I worked for a guy named Tony Newfang. He was a horseshoer, and then
were you a firefighter as well?
Yeah. And then somebody told me about the days office. You work 10 days a month, so that's the job for me.
Yeah.
So I picked up the phone, called every town in Arizona. Nobody's hiring, so I called up Santa Fe, New Mexico, and they were hiring, so I went up there, tested, got hired. In the interview, they said, you make this much a year, that breaks down this much a month, breaks down this much, they breaks down to about $4 an hour. What do you feel about that? And I'm thinking, these guys are lying to me. This is the capital, the capital city of a state. They can't pay $4 an hour.
Right.
I said, that's no problem. I want to be a firefighter. I won't do it. So they hired me, and then, we went through the academy, and all that, and got my first paycheck. It was $4 an hour. So my wife worked at a pet store, and I worked at a pet store with her, and then we rented out a couple rooms in her house, and we still couldn't make it. So I had to pack up. I had to retire. It broke my heart, because those guys were great guys, they were really great guys.
Yeah, because it's on the internet, which is, I guess you've cleared this up now, that it said that you had to quit firefighting because of the controversy when UFC first came out.
Oh, that was in Bisbee, yeah.
Okay.
We're still about a year or two away from that.
Oh, okay. So
So I took the wife back to Arizona, Hereford, Arizona, dropped her off at my parents' house, and I went off to Oklahoma horseshoeing school for 12 weeks. They came back, and I did an apprenticeship with a guy named Ty Basinger, best horseshoer I ever seen in my life, man, just a magician. And I was starting my business, working for him. I was working at a psych facility, and then I was a reserve at the Frye Fire Department, no relation, and did that for a couple of years, and then finally a position opened up with Bisbee. So Tyler got tired of watching me lag on the job, so he fired my ass, and I got hired on with Bisbee, and I quit Frye and So I only had 2 jobs, you know, my own horseshoeing business and Bisbee. And I was good for a few years, and then this UFC thing came along, you know. So what's that? So I went to Dan Severn on there. So I was going through, I started taking up judo because my first divorce was going bad on me.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, I was firefighting and horseshoeing and doing judo, and then I called up Dan and said, Dan, can you get me in on this? He said, sure. So he got me in.
I see. So when you saw it, you thought it was something you'd be good at, obviously.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been punched, you know, I've been wrestled. I mean, there wasn't anything I couldn't do.
And your first UFC was the UFC in Puerto Rico, where it was still the tournament format. Any thoughts going into that, having to fight possibly 3 times in a night?
Yeah, my ex-wife used to make fun of me. She said, you got these wild-eyed, get-rich-quick schemes. And when I stepped in the ring the first time against that big old Puerto Rican, they closed the door. I go, geez, me and my wild-eyed, get-rich-quick schemes. Here I am, you know.
Yeah.
But I had the advantage because, you know, when you wrestle for Arizona State and Oklahoma State, you wrestle in front of big crowds, you know. And a lot of those guys froze up.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of guys still freeze up.
Yeah.
You know, they're great in the workout room, the gym, but, you know, it's a different story when you got 20 or 30 or 40,000 people out there yelling.
Was there air conditioning that night?
No, not a bit. Not a bit. It was hot, boy. Hot and humid. A beautiful island, beautiful island.
Yeah, and you took on Gary Goodridge in the final, I think, for that one.
Yeah.
Any memories of that fight?
Oh, man. Looked across the ring, I thought, God damn, that guy's big. I just, keep moving, Frye, keep moving, you know.
You ended up having 2 more fights against him. He told me that you guys are friends when I interviewed him. Is that true? You still keep in
He's a
contact
good
with
guy,
him?
yeah.
So I guess at that point, it was around then that you would have stopped firefighting? Or?
Yeah, in between 8 and 9, because I asked for time off to train for UFC 9, and Jackie Ernest is the chief, God bless him. You know, good guy. He's solid for the guys, and
Yeah.
I need the time off, and he went to the city manager, and that guy was up McCain's ass, you know, trying to get points.
Yeah.
So he said, no, you know, we can't pay the overtime, blah blah blah. You know, it's just, you know, he'll have to make a choice, you know. So, but Jackie went to bat for me, you know.
Is it true that they wouldn't allow you to train at your high school too?
No, that was Bisbee in high school. I couldn't train at.
Oh, okay,
because,
a different one.
Yeah, not my high school was Buena High School.
Okay.
But Bisbee wouldn't let me because the wrestling coach's son. I started dating this girl who used to previously date the wrestling coach's son, and he was harassing her. I jerked him aside. I said, "Don't be going down the road anymore. Don't be harassing her anymore." You know. And he went. He acted like a tough guy. He went and told Daddy. So Daddy said, "You can't work out here anymore."
So UFC 9, that you had a successful victory in that one. Could you see UFC was starting to get more popular then in a big arena in Detroit?
You know, if that's the first thing you thought, yeah, Cobo Arena, you know, Joe Louis Arena. But then when they tell you, you know, you can't punch, you're going to go to jail. You know, I mean, they had that. They were in court all week long in Puerto Rico for 8. They were in court all week long for 9, and then, you know, John McCarthy comes in the locker room and says, "Look, guys, you know, the cops are watching us, the politicians are watching us. If you do this, you know, you're going to be fine. You know, you can't do this, you can't hit, you can't, with a closed fist, you can't do this." So I says, "What, are you crazy? What do you mean you can't?" And he says, "Or you'll be fined sometime, some amount, somewhere." So, okay.
I see. And then, of course, you had your first match with Mark Coleman after that, I guess.
Yeah, he beat the hell out of me, didn't he? With a beautiful fight for him, huh?
He said that that was one of the toughest fights he ever had, and he could sense every time he saw you after that there was a lot of tension.
Oh yeah, I hated him. I watched that fight every day, you know, for a year, I think. You know, it just ate away at me, and you know, just destroyed me. But you know, that's life. You know?
Yeah.
God bless him. He's a hell of an athlete. You know, him and Kevin Randleman. I think Kevin Randleman was the best athlete to ever be in that, you know, in that cage. You know, and Mark's real close up there.
Mark was saying that you still wanted a third fight afterwards.
Yeah. Well, what happened that second fight is I was having marriage problems, and he was having marriage problems, and he had 2 daughters, and I had 2 daughters, and there's a lot of similarities, so I put myself in his shoes, and that's where you go wrong. When you can't humanize your opponent.
Right.
When you do that, you lose.
That's true. And you won the UFC in Japan as well.
Yeah.
Any memories of going over there for the first time?
That was really neat. I went over there back in 84 or 83 or 84 with the high school wrestling team.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
cultural exchange team, playing 83. And that was, but going back there, you know, it was completely different. 10 years later, it was really neat. I really enjoyed Japan. I love Japan.
And you won the Ultimate 96. Any thoughts on that and your fight against Tank Abbott in that one?
You know what? It's funny because my older brother Craig, you know, he's about 6'7". He says, "Whatever you do, dumbass, don't trade punches with him." You know? You know? And I go out there lumbering. I step both heels down like a dummy. You know, and you see it plain as day on the tape. You know, heel, and then bap, I'm right on my ass. I go. You know, you know, made the he caught me flat-footed. You know, made the ultimate mistake.
What do you think of him as a fighter? Because I think he's kind of underrated. He may not have trained the hardest, but he was.
He trained. He lied about that.
Yeah.
He trained. You know, he trained. Yeah, hell, he was hard hitting. You know, well, goddamn, he bench pressed 600 pounds.
Yeah, there's videos of it.
Yeah, and then they had Jesse Reed training, so it doesn't matter. He's sitting on a bar stool getting off, but yet he's benching 600 pounds, and Jesse Reed is training him.
Yeah.
Right? Which one is it? He's training.
Exactly.
He's training.
Can't fake that. Yeah.
He just said it was a good gimmick, you know. Oh, I'm just drinking and beating people up, you know.
Yeah.
That's what the people wanted back then.
And when we interviewed him, he said that possibly he thought that Mark Hall may have thrown the match that he had against you. Not that Mark could have beat you, but he thought in that tournament that Mark may have just.
Everybody's made that claim for 20-some years.
Yeah.
You know what? You got your ass kicked. Tank, accept it. You know, that's all there is to it. You know, geez Louise. I mean, Tank had an easy go. He had Cal Worsham, who, God bless him, he had almost died at UFC 9 6 months earlier. Right?
Yeah.
He had a punctured lung.
Yeah.
So, you know, how healed up you gonna be after something like that? So, you know, they give him Cal, who's, you know, I mean, shit, you're walking around 25% with a wounded lung coming back after 6 months, you know, and then they give him Glass Jaw Joe that second round, you know. So they had it tapered for him to win.
I see. And your fight with Ken Shamrock.
I should have kept my mouth shut. You know, Ken impressed me. Ken impressed the hell out of me that fight. He really did. I was so impressed with him because, you know, I made a mistake of taking my back had just started going bad before that fight from the pro wrestling, so I made a mistake of taking an oxycodone, you know, Vicodin, you know, before that fight. And when you do that, it's like, you know, you're in water up to your neck and you're breathing way up to your, because you're breathing water, you're moving slow, you know, you can't think. And so I shouldn't have done that. I should have just waited the extra hour and did it after the fight, you know, and sucked it up. You know, I should have been a man about it, but I screwed up, and so You know, it was like fighting in reverse and blindfolded, you know.
Did anyone ever approach you about fighting Ken Shamrock in a pro wrestling match?
No, nobody did.
That probably would have drawn really well in Japan.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
How did you
We actually did a match together, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
As a team?
him and I were tag teams against Muda and another fella. And it was pretty neat, because I think after the match he attacked me or I attacked him, I can't remember.
Who was the one that brought you into wrestling?
Into pro wrestling?
Yeah.
Brad Reagan's.
Brad Reagan?
Brad Reagan, yeah. Brad's a great guy. Have you ever met Brad?
No, I haven't.
Oh, he's
No.
great. He's up there in
Minnesota.
Yeah, he worked for Vern, and Brad was 4th place in the Olympics, Canadian Olympics, Montreal, in '76, and then he was on the, going to be a gold medal in '80. That we boycotted. That was his year.
Did you already have a contract with New Japan by the time he started training you, or did you have to train in order to get hired?
You know, what's funny is, here comes Ken Shamrock back into my life.
Yeah.
You know, they had signed Ken Shamrock because they wanted a fighter, an American bad guy, tough fighter, you know, real fighter, shooter. And he took that contract and went to WWE, and obviously went that way. So I left them hanging high and dry. And Brad is, lifelong friends with Masa Saito, and worked with Antonio Inoki, you know.
Yeah.
And so Masa-san, Inoki-san, and Brad, and geez Louise, I can't think of the fighter, the judo fighter, Ogawa.
Okay.
And Fujita. They all came over to meet me, and they flew me up there Brad called me on the phone. I'm sorry, I'm missing a big hole in this. Brad called up Jeff Blatnick, because Jeff and him were buddies from the wrestling, from the Greco.
Yeah.
Okay, Brad trained Jeff for the '84 gold medal. And so Brad called up late Jeff Blatnick and said, who do you have? You know, and God bless Jeff, he recommended me. You know, so then Brad called me up, and I spoke with Brad for 2 or 3 hours. And then they flew me up there, and we went out and had dinner, we all met, and it was like I knew these guys my whole life. It was really neat. It was really neat.
So you were offered an extended contract, obviously you were there for a while.
I worked on a handshake deal for first year, and it was a real good handshake deal. And then they signed me to a deal and burnt the bridge both ends. They got their money out of me then.
Yeah. Is it true that Kurt Hennig had a role in your training as well?
Oh yeah, Kurt was a great guy. Yeah. Kurt was a great guy. You know, because Brad loved Kurt. They like brothers. You know, it broke his heart when Kurt passed away. You know, Brad's a great guy. He should have a book. You know, he really should.
Did Kurt ever play one of his famous ribs on you?
Oh my God! Oh, he H-bombed me. You know, we got on the plane in Minneapolis. Brad and Kurt and I got on the plane to go over there. He H-bombed me. I didn't wake up for 2 days, man. I don't remember going into the country, driving to the hotel. I don't remember anything for 2 days. Like, where the hell am I?
Did he ever grapple or shoot wrestle with you at all? Because I know he had a bit of an amateur background.
Oh, he'd get in there, play around, yeah, but then he'd fake an injury, you know, for the old Kurt Hennig, you know.
You fought Antonio Inoki in his retirement match, which was pretty huge. What did you think about that match?
That was amazing. You know, the Takayama-san fight and the Inoki-san fight, the 2 biggest events, you know, outside my 2 daughters being born. You know, they're just amazing event. You know, they had, you know, it was an event, big giant production, and they had Ali there up on lighting the torch like he did at the '96 Olympics. You know,
Yeah.
pretty neat.
How did you like being a heel? Because in MMA you were usually the baby face.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, because in high school wrestling, I got booed a few times, at other schools, and in college, when I was with Okie State and we went up and wrestled Nebraska, I wrestled heavy, and then by that time all the fans were on the floor, they left their seats out on the floor, and we'd go out, off the mat, and everybody was kicking me. I enjoyed it a lot.
That's hilarious. And you fought the great Muda a couple of times, who's a big star over there. Any thoughts on him?
Yeah, he's an amazing wrestler. He super charismatic. Hell, he was the best worker on the planet at one time. He's just amazing. I went over there just a few months back, and Muda-san and I went and saw Takayama-san, and
were you visiting or were you making an appearance?
what do you mean?
When you went back a few months ago to Japan?
Yeah, it was a wrestling match.
Oh, okay.
I didn't really work much.
Oh, you got in there. You're still getting in the ring.
Yeah, I got in the ring, and we got in there, and his Tenzan said, they knew my back was bad, and so they said, just take me down, do the mount, and I'll get the ropes, they'll tag out, and then at the end of the match, I got Taya from Hawaii has got he's on my side, he is an 8-man tag, and so he's got the guy tied up, and Chono-san comes in with a chair. I take it away, and then I caught Taya.
How did you like being involved in Chono's stable when you were doing that angle?
Well, good. I'm back in Chono's stable. That was it.
You're back in it now. Yeah.
That was the angle. I betrayed Muto and went back to Chono.
How were the fans over there? They must have taken care of you really well because you're both an MMA and a wrestling star.
They were nice. The fans are fantastic over there,
And I hear that there's pretty good sponsors too.
Yeah, everything treats you real good.
Did you
real friendly, back when I was there for a fight one time, I took 5 or 6 guys, right? You and Steve and a couple of training partners, and about 5 guys, and we were having dinner at the Sizzler, and some gal, in her 50s just walks up and grabs the bill, buys our dinner. Hey, what are you doing? She said, "No, this is me." Well, thank you. It's amazing.
You were single for some of the times when you were wrestling in Japan, right?
No.
No, you always had a wife?
I always had a wife,
Okay.
Why? Where are you going with this?
I was just wondering, just because of the females over there.
No, everybody. I was a heel to everybody. They were all scared of me, even the women.
Oh, they took it that seriously?
Huh?
They took it that seriously?
Yeah. They were scared to death of me, which is okay. That way you don't have to worry about it, Not tempted.
What do you think about Bob Sapp, who also wrestled a little bit over there?
I love Bob. I think Bob's a great guy, I think he's fantastic, and God bless him. Like Maurice Smith said, he'd never seen anybody who can't fight make so much money fighting.
The last fight I saw, man, there's no way it could have been real. I don't know if you saw that against the chubby Asian guy. It's on YouTube. Yeah. It looked, I don't know if your brother saw it, but it was...
Bob's fight?
No. Yeah.
But just ate breakfast with them all the time.
Yeah. No, it was some chubby Asian guy that didn't even look like he worked out against Bob.
Yeah.
But Bob ended up covering up, and they called the match, but I just couldn't see there's any way that guy could have beaten Bob.
Are you kidding me?
I'll show it to you after. It's online. It just was a strange...
When was this?
Recently, like last year.
Wow. 'Cause I know Bob called me up about 4 or 5 years ago, and he was all upset because, he was like making a world tour, losing, I said, Bob, what do you care? You're getting paid $20,000 a match. You get paid. Nobody else is making any money in this planet right now. We're in a depression, not a recession. You're making money. What do you care what these idiots are saying?
Yeah.
God bless you. I says, sign me up. I'll go lose for $25,000.
Oh, exactly. And why do you think they never put the IWGP World Title on you? Because you were that over in Japan.
I wondered that too. I wondered that too. And Masa wanted to. Masa Saida wanted to. God bless him. He went to bat for me so many times. He protected me. But I don't know. Maybe in Japan they go in waves. Maybe they like their guys to be on top for as long as possible. Maybe that was it. They wanted a Japanese guy to have the strap.
And the famous match you had in MMA at Pride 21. I'm not going to butcher the guy's name.
Yoshihiro Takayama-san.
Yeah.
Thanks.
One of the most famous fights ever.
Thank you. God bless him, man. He severed his spinal cord a couple years ago. And like I said, Muro-san and I went and saw him in the hospital. What was that, February? A couple months ago, right?
Just a couple months ago.
Yeah, God bless him.
Is that one of the fights you took the most punishment in your career?
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, I look like a grapefruit. Yeah, I tell you what, he put the boots to me, man.
And for that one kickboxing fight you had against Jerome LeBanner, did they just offer you a lot of money to take that? Because obviously kickboxing is not your specialty.
To put it mildly, that's a nice way to end the interview, right? You know what? That was like 6 or 8 weeks after I'd fought Takayama, and I just at the Takayama fight. When I saw him the other month, I said, "Man, you stole part of my soul. Can I have my soul back?" I just wasn't. After the Samurai fight, after the Takayama fight, it just wasn't the same, right? And so when it came time to do the LeBanner fight, I just sat out on the back porch and smoked a cigar, drank tequila, and wonder what the hell I was doing, but I went over there and stole their money, But, I haven't been the same, since those 2 fights. Fighting that guy took part of my soul.
How did K1 treat you compared to Pride?
They treat me a lot better. Let me tell you that for sure. Pride ripped me off. Pride lied. They owe me about $200,000. Once I thought it was $100,000, but then I got to counting it and it was $200,000. Because they were supposed to pay your taxes. And then I did the last Pride fight, and it was the first time I ever recorded this, I think. Because you don't want to talk shit, but fuck that guy. Saka Guevara, fuck you. He cheated me out $200,000. Go to get paid the next day, and he's not there. He said he's on the phone. They gave me the phone. He says, "Oh, hi, Don son." I says, "Yesterday, Japanese IRS come to our office looking for you." He says, "They're downstairs in the lobby right now waiting for you." So I had to go down there and, because they had to pay my taxes for me. Like, it was part of the deal.
Right.
So, I had to go down there and write them a check, get out of the country.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
And your fight against Akibono, who was a huge star over there, that was a pretty good victory for you.
Yeah, that was a good victory. Takayama-san messed up my shoulder, with that one knee, just one knee, and he destroyed my shoulder and messed up my back, and Akibono. So I went into the Akibono fight with a bad back, and he broke it. You know, those goddamn sumo wrestlers are strong, boy. That's serious shit.
Yeah.
You know, he put me in the corner, you know, and almost cheese grated me through the ropes. He just, you know, screwed up my back real and broke it, you know. So a couple points, you know, and that's, I didn't even know it. That's when it really got bad, you know.
And you had another win over Kim Min-so.
Yeah.
Who was a big giant over there.
Yeah.
What was that like, going against a guy that huge?
Oh man, that was a tough fight, you know, because I wasn't moving very well, you know.
Yeah.
He was a Olympic silver medalist, right, in judo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was strong.
He knocked out Gary Goodridge too, I think.
Oh yeah. Wow. He was a hell of an athlete, man. He was a hell of an athlete. I mean, to be to place in the Olympics, you got to be.
Yeah. And you mentioned to me before that superstar Billy Graham, who we interviewed, came to one of your fights. What are your thoughts on him?
I love Super. He's just amazing, man. That guy is the original, you know, promo guy. You know, I love Terry Funk promos. I love Ric Flair promos. But you know, Superstar's promos are off the charts. You know, you give him a little spoon or something, you know, he cut a promo on a spoon, you know.
Yeah, that's true. He does cut promos on everything. Well, he's a big fan of yours, and he came to one of your fights in Tucson a while ago, and he has nothing but good things to say about you. Is there any reason you think you didn't get over more or get more jobs in North America as a pro wrestler?
I think I have a bad attitude, you know. I didn't know how the game was played, you know.
I know too well that it's very political over here.
Yeah. I wouldn't have wanted to work with NWO anyways, you know.
No. They were throwing around a lot of money in those days.
Right, but it wouldn't have been worth the money. No. The crap that was going on back there.
What was your favorite MMA fight that you had overall?
Probably the Taki, you know, that's a tie, you know, because God bless Takayama, you know, there's that, because he made me famous.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he told me when I went and saw him. He said, "You made me famous." I said, "What?" He says, "Thank you." He says, "Everywhere I went, you know, all over the world, they would say, 'You're the guy that fought Don Frye. You're,' you know." He says, "Thank you. You made me famous." I was like, "You made me famous." You know, everybody always bring you up. But, you know, that fight, and then the Amari Batesh fight, you know, in number 9, and then my first fight against Mark.
Yeah.
You know, when Mark beat the hell out of me, he just made me realize something, you know, I didn't know about myself, you know. God bless him, he turned me into a man that night, you know, turned me into a man.
And you ended up becoming friends out of it too.
Yeah, he's a good man,
And there was a fiasco in 2007 at the Cow Palace where I guess you didn't get paid for an autograph signing.
Yeah, I don't know. I was so drunk, pilled up, I don't remember. I was on my back. I was on 5 different narcotics and a bottle of tequila.
Is that the same time that you had the fight with the guy from Dog the Bounty?
Yeah, that piece of shit, yeah.
What was that all about?
Like I said, I was so boogered up. You know?
You don't even know what that was.
Well, I know he was in there yelling at this whole room full of fighters. And he's yelling at everybody, and they're all sitting there curled up letting him yell. And I finally said, "Fucking shut up," you know? And I was in no position to tell anybody to shut up.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
And how did you end up getting into acting? You've been in a lot of movies, including the Godzilla movie.
Oh man, was that neat or what, to be in a Godzilla movie? The 50th year anniversary, and that was the last Godzilla of a guy in a suit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and after that was at Toho Studios, and they filled in the pool after that movie. You know, yeah, that was Ruhei Marasan, you know, was the director. And I guess he was just a fan of mine, and he wanted me to fight, and he wanted me to be in the movie, and he had that part, you know. And they looked for me, couldn't find me, and they finally found me. And then a couple years ago, he called me up. He's in Hollywood now, and he called me up, and I went over and had dinner or lunch, had lunch with him and his wife and 2 sons. And then he offered me a part in his new movie, and I had already had the back surgery scheduled back then. And him and another guy got in assistant director got in an accident on the way to the first day of filming, so it got delayed 2 weeks. And during that 2 weeks, I got my surgery, and then everything went to hell. So and he didn't even know what happened to me for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a hard guy to track down.
Yeah.
Is there a way, maybe you could say this now, I remember if someone wants to book you for autograph signings or something, is there a public way people can reach you through your Twitter or something?
Yeah. What is my Twitter at? Don Frye Fighter or something?
I don't know, man. I can't remember.
Yeah, so if people tweet to you or message you on Twitter about
I think it's Don Frye Fighter.
if there's paid autograph appearances
Yeah.
or something.
All right.
And what was your favorite movie of all the movies that you've been in? Was it the Godzilla one? Or?
Oh, the Godzilla, Public Enemies, you know, I got a part in that. It was great, you know, because that was like learning every day. You know, you had Stephen Lang, you had Johnny Depp, and you had Christian Bale, you know, who was the 3 greatest actors on the planet, you know. And then I did a movie with Michael Pare, and watching these guys work, it's just, you know, it's like being in a university every day. Man, you're getting paid to train and to see the best. Those are the 4 best guys.
And do you still follow MMA?
When I remember. You know, I mean, lately I've been kind of tied up with the back.
Yeah.
You know, so I haven't been able to go out anywhere. So not so much as I used to.
Is there anyone out there that you like watching? Obviously, probably heavyweights.
Yeah, I love Stipe, man. I can't believe he lost, you know, and he should have a rematch. Should have been an immediate rematch, you know. And there's no reason for Cormier not to give it to him. I mean, to hell with holding out for Brock. Brock's a great athlete, you know, but he's not going to come back, you know.
Or you don't think Brock's going to come back at this point?
I don't think so. He's making good money, you know. He might, but the thing is,
He is making better than good money. He's
Yeah.
making huge money.
yeah, really.
Yeah.
God bless him, man.
Yeah.
Jeez. So why would you set it up, you know?
Apparently he made 10 million, not including bonuses, or including bonuses for his last MMA fight or something.
Yeah.
Lesnar, but
Wow, good for him.
how would you have done against Lesnar, do you think?
I don't know. You know, it's done something that has been tested. You know, it's something you can't throw around. Who would win, Muhammad Ali or Bruce Lee? You know, I mean, come on, you just can't. You can't judge. You can't say. You don't know until you get him in the ring.
It would have been a good pro wrestling match if it had happened maybe 10 years ago for sure.
Right.
And what do you think about Conor McGregor and all the craziness he's always getting involved with?
I love Conor. I think Conor's great. You know, I just hope he's got a good team of lawyers. You know, you know, because the thing is, this bullshit on the beach where he threw somebody's phone, he should. Why? What gives anybody the right to come stick their phone in your goddamn
I
face?
agree with that as well.
You know?
Yeah.
It's, you know, you're private. You're off the clock. You're off the clock.
Yeah.
You know, you want to spend time with your family and friends. You can't be invaded. That's a form of assault, man.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree with you on that. And I guess you don't follow professional wrestling anymore?
No, I haven't been able to. How'd the match go at WrestleMania?
It was a success. I think Kurt Angle retired. I don't even follow it that closely either. I just know they had a big crowd. Brock Lesnar lost his title, which makes some people think that he might be going to UFC. John Cena is only working part-time now. Ronda Rousey. There's someone I should ask you about, Ronda Rousey. she's made the transition well.
Well, good for her, but I think, I love John Cena. I think John's a great guy. I only met him twice, but I think he's a great guy. He's got class. He's got class, and he's making it good in the movies, right?
Yeah.
So good for him. And Lesnar, if Lesnar decides to come back into the fight, I mean, he's a hell of an athlete, man. Say what you will about his attitude. He's got a shit attitude. The thing is, he's a great athlete, but I wouldn't give you 2 pennies for a fighter who's not an asshole. You got to be an asshole to be a fighter.
Well, yeah, to punch somebody in the face.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try to knock them unconscious.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Speaking of which, do you have any tips for fighters out there that are going to be watching this?
Keep your chin down, keep your hands up, and get a prenup. get a prenup.
How many times have you been married?
Just twice. That'll set me back right away.
Do you have kids?
Yeah, I got 2 beautiful daughters. 2 beautiful daughters, 18 and 19, or 17, 18, yeah.
They didn't want to get into the fighting world, I guess?
No, the last 10 years of their life have been pretty miserable, so they, trying to stay away from it.
I see. And for pro wrestling, what advice do you have for pro wrestlers watching this?
Stay off the drugs. Stretch, do yoga, get massages, do everything natural. Stay away from the damn drugs.
What did you think about the Tito Ortiz versus Chuck Liddell fight that happened this year, or last year?
Yeah, I didn't see that. I heard it was a good fight, though.
Yeah. Ortiz got his win.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any interactions with Ortiz over the year?
I saw Ortiz on the bus last year at the Fight Fest, in Vegas. Him and his wife and 2 sons, very nice family, very beautiful family. Kids are well polite, well behaved, he was outstanding. I was just so impressed. Tito's so intelligent. I mean, he did that Celebrity Apprentice thing. He learned a hell of a lot, obviously, So I was just impressed with the whole family.
And what do you think about Dana White? You've had a lot of interactions with him over the years.
Dana's Dana. Dana's Dana. I mean, it's like, I guess Vince is Vince, Dana's Dana, and, Dana's not going to hold back with what he thinks, about you.
And I had a fan question, if you think that your fight with Ken Shamrock was the turning point for both of you guys in your careers.
Yeah, I do. I think that put the boots to us.
Oh gosh, you scared me.
We're going to be done pretty soon here, so I'll just... And what do you think about the evolution of MMA from when it started back when you were there at the very beginning in UFC 8 to how huge it's become now?
It's amazing, but Brian Johnson and I were just here earlier, and we were discussing it, and the trainers are making the same damn mistakes, now that they made 20 years ago. Most of these fighters going straight in, and they're straight back rather than working the circle. I mean, even Ronda Rousey went straight in, and so she got knocked out. Judo is a circular. Wrestling is a circular. Boxing's a circular, and these people are going straight in and getting knocked flat on their ass.
Yeah. So do you think they should look for angles more, work on their footwork?
Oh, they gotta improve their footwork by far. Rocco Ciatoli, he was my hands guy. He's the one who worked on what's that kid's name? Who's that other kid from Tucson? The world champion for beat the California kid.
It's not coming to me, but you also trained him?
No, Rocco did. Yeah, Rocco trained him. What's his name?
Lucky I remember yours.
Yeah, no shit.
And do you have any message for all your fans that have been following you over the years?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for not forgetting me. That's everybody's like, does it bother you when people come up to you at the store or the restaurant or anything. No, it's gonna bother me when they don't.
What are some of your best lifts in the gym? Because you were a pretty muscular guy at your peak, still are.
Hell, partner, I can't remember a damn thing. That was such a different life. After I had that stroke and that coma, I forgot so much.
Do you think that's related to your fighting? Because Tank Abbott actually had a stroke in recent years as well. I don't know if you've seen him, but he's thin now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's not doing well, unfortunately.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But
What's his name? Oh, he's a lightweight guy.
that's probably why I didn't know, because I don't follow the lightweights.
Are these people from Arizona?
Supposed to be.
No, it's none of these guys. This is Phoenix area. Guys from Floyding Wells, Tucson, Floyding Wells. I can see his face. Yes. He fights like Billy Conn used to fight. He comes in and out. He fought TJ and he fought California Kid. He pitter patters, comes in and out.
Yeah, it's not coming to me.
What the fuck is that guy's name?
Did you ever fight Josh Barnett or wrestle against him?
I wrestled Josh, yeah.
In Japan?
Yeah.
He's doing pretty well for himself these days in acting and wrestling.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's a commentator for New Japan for the U.S.
Yeah, I read in Meltzer's magazine they cut him loose, though, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. That could be possible.
Yeah, he's not happy about that.
Okay.
But he's signed with Bellator, so he's okay now.
Yeah. How old were you when you had your final MMA fight?
I think that was in 2011. I had my 5th back surgery in May 2011, and then I think it was October 2011. So I don't know how old I was, 46 or what.
And obviously you've had a lot of injuries. Any advice to fighters out there watching this about ways to possibly take care of injuries?
I don't have any advice. If you get hurt, stop. Take some time off. That's my thing. I didn't. When you got hurt in Pride, you had to go. They had people fill your space, like that. So you had to go, man. Whether you're hurt or not. None of these, not like today. They get a sniffle. They call off.
Yeah.
They'll replace your ass. You're just a commodity.
How are your knees holding up?
Knees are good.
Yeah.
They're good. Yeah, thank God.
Did you do a lot of running in your training for cardio back when
Yeah, and I hated every bit of it.
Yeah.
How about you?
I don't mind the running, but I don't like burpees.
Yeah.
That's the worst for me.
My thing about training was just thinking about doing it,
Yeah.
But once you do it, once you're in it, you're okay. But man,
Who was your favorite trainer over the years?
Steve Owen. He's the guy who trained me for, all my successes. And, he's a multi-time judo national champ, and I don't know if he's world or not, but he's right up there. He's one of the most respected guys in judo.
And what's your best advice? I know you were a wrestler, but I'm also a wrestler that's done some kickboxing, but for a wrestler going into MMA, what's your best advice for them?
I would take judo and Muay Thai.
Muay Thai.
Yeah, I think wrestling, judo, Muay Thai pretty much will handle it all.
Excellent. Well, thanks a lot for doing this interview with us. I'm sorry that you've had this back issue, but I'm glad that you're being taken care of here.
I'm sorry I ruined your interview, partner.
Hey, it's still good. I still got it. That's good. Yeah.
I'm sorry if I owe you another one.
Well, you know what? If I'm ever back in Arizona, which I hope I am, because it's a beautiful place, I'll definitely try and get in contact with you again.
All right.
Any last message you want to say to close this off?
thanks for putting up and listening to me. And sorry I wasn't anywhere near as good as Superstar Billy Graham. I probably put you to sleep compared to that guy.
At least yours was under Mark Coleman's 3-hour record interview. You didn't. You were very straight to the point with your answers.
Oh yeah, Mark evaded.
Yes. We got long, detailed answers. It's not a bad thing, but he definitely went into a lot of detail.
Yeah. How about Soup? How did that one go?
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
He's fantastic.
Tank Abbott was actually really good too.
Really?
Yeah. But he was shooting on people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yours is a very friendly one.
What did he say about me?
Tank didn't say anything bad about you, but he was just like, he was going off on Ronda Rousey, McGregor, Dana White, various wrestlers.
Yeah.
He's in a bit of a cranky mood, but his health is not doing well at all.
Yeah, what happened? He had 5 strokes or what?
He says he had 5 strokes and kidney
heart
issue. He had to have
attack
his liver was transplanted or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from the drinking caught up to him, I guess. But he was literally asleep when I came, and it looked like he was almost gonna fall back to sleep as soon as I was done. He was up for the interview,
Yeah.
but like he just doesn't have much energy. He was propped up by pillows. His wife kind of had to prop him up, like he couldn't sit up straight on his own.
Yeah.
So it was kind of sad to see. But he was as feisty as ever.
Yeah, I like Tank, man. I really do. Because he's a straight shooter, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his is one of the best interviews in popularity I've ever done.
Really?
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans out there.
Cool. So it's all on the net right now then?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I got the card, dude.
Oh, yeah, I gave you the card. Yeah, you
Cool.
can look up the Tank one.
Pretty boring compared to Tank and Superstar.
Yours, I think, is going to do well. People all want to know how you are. When I said that I was going to interview you, everyone was wondering what's happened to you. So I think this is good.
I'm still alive, huh?
Well, he was basically off the grid for 2 years.
Yeah.
He showed up at the Hall of Fame stuff, but that was it.
Could you tell us about finding out you were going to be put in the UFC Hall of Fame?
We were over at Jason Henderson's house smoking cigars and drinking beer, since 2016, and they were making the announcements of who was going to be inducted to the Hall of Fame that year, and they showed first person, and then they showed Dan Severn and I, then they showed another picture of Dan Severn and I walking through the cage. What is wrong with these idiots? Dan Severn's already in the Hall of Fame. Hope these dumbasses ever talk to each other. And then they threw up my name. I was like, holy shit, man. And all the guys spilled the beer, dropped the cigar, and everybody got excited. And Evans called me up right away, laughing his ass off, and because he's the one that put me in. And then Bill Goldberg called, and then my phone just blew up after that, man. It was funny. It was funny.
Are you friends with Bill Goldberg?
I haven't talked to him for a couple of years, so I don't know what I did to piss him off. Sorry, Bill.
What's he like?
Bill's a good guy.
Yeah.
Bill's a good man, He's a hard-working fool. Whatever he decides, he's like Midas, Whatever he touches turns to gold, man. Yeah.
And the induction ceremony itself for the Hall of Fame, that was a good memory for you?
Yeah, it was a real good memory. 2016 was a pretty shit year for me, So I think that was one of the only good things that happened to me that year,
We did a visit last year to the UFC training center. They gave us a tour.
Yeah.
So he took pictures of everyone in the Hall of Fame. So we probably have.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah, they have it on the stairs when you're going up to train. All the Hall of Famers on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter got a 2-month internship with the UFC this summer. Because she got a full ride scholarship to Johns Hopkins University.
Okay.
And she got a 3.85 or 3.90. She's pissed. She says it should be a 4.0. They're not adding up right. But she's hot. But yeah, she applied for writing because she's gonna be an author. Hell of an author.
She can write your book and you can make some money off of that.
Exactly.
That's actually what you should get her on.
Oh, I don't know if she. I said the last 10 years weren't good for the kids, so I don't think it'd be good.
You should get someone to write your book, though, and then do tours of the autograph conventions, because those pay pretty well.
Yeah. Well, Aunt Evans and I were talking about it, but then he just fell off the grid.
Okay.
Do you know Aunt?
No.
He's with British fella with the UFC.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but he got fired because he got sick, taking a lot of time off work. They fired him. Typical Hollywood liberals, They want equal rights for everybody, but when it affects their pocketbook.
Did you do any normal jobs after MMA, or did you?
No, hell no. I was so wrecked up, buddy. And this is what my life's been like for the last 5 years, I think. Since 10, May 2010, May 2011, and 8 and 9 were no good for me. I think I made movies. Well, I made movies all the way into 15. After because I made after 2011, I moved over to Hollywood for a year or two, probably 2 years, I guess. Got a couple of jobs, and then I kind of went flat. They're not making movies and not filming in Hollywood anymore. Taxes are too high. Oh, you guys stole them.
Yeah.
We're paying for your health care.
Our taxes are extremely high.
We're paying for your health care, man.
Good.
Thanks, brother.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, man. Thank you very much.
Huge fan.
I'm glad. Oh, thank you, man. I'm glad we got to meet.
I did an interview with Don Frye a couple of days ago, and he seemed a little angry at you over something. I don't know if it's that you're getting the movie made by The Rock and not him, but do you have any idea what that heat could be about?
No, did he expand on it at all?
When I asked him to expand, he drank out of a horse trough, spit the water out.
Okay, so the only other thing that Don Frye and I have had, close quarters on was when Brock Lesnar.
Oh yes, you mentioned that.
When Brock came out of basically Brock was trying to make the Minnesota Vikings, and he made it down to the last cuts, and I had crossed paths with Brock years and years earlier, and I said to him, just in passing, I said, "Hey, dude, if you ever decide you're going to get into fighting, just look me up. I'll be pretty easy to find." And Brock came down to Arizona. He actually went down and saw Don Frye first. I got contacted by Brock's lawyer and says, "Hey, Brock wants to get a hold of you." I had a conversation with Brock. He said, "Here's what I'm going to do." And he came down here. He had Don Frye evaluate him, and he had me evaluate him. And then they kind of figured out between us two which person he wanted to come up and help him establish a camp and a training routine in Minnesota. And so if Don's jealous because he picked me over him, that's like, it's almost like a date, it's like a chick picking one dude over another. But it wasn't. It literally, he was like, dude, Brock was saying that it's difficult because both of you guys have different qualities in different areas where you specialize in. And I think for Brock, he identified more with me because of my wrestling background and Brock's wrestling background, collegiate wrestling background. And so I went up to Minnesota for a month, and Brock and I actually ended up not on good terms. At the time I was probably not on my best behavior, and had showed up to Brock's morning workout at 6 a.m, and I hadn't been to bed from the night before. And and Brock was so far beyond that. That was something that he was doing years before that, you know, at his house, at his place in Minnesota with his wife, his kids, that was no place to bring that kind of shit. And I brought it to his doorstep, and we had a conversation, and he decided it would be in my best interest and his best interest if we just part ways. And that was, you know, I was up there for about a month, and he had set up just an incredible facility. He had gotten a boxing coach, he had gotten, you know, training partners and everything, and that was when he was getting ready for the UFC. So, you know, if anything, I owe him an apology.
And Don Frye brought up that he didn't necessarily believe that you were afraid to fight because you've said in the past that you had a fear of fighting. So.
I haven't hung out with Don Frye enough for him to clarify my own thoughts, right? And I don't want to start a beef with Don. He's a good dude, but so genuinely, and this is the absolute truth.
Yeah.
Like before my first professional fight, I had been in 2 fights. 2. And I literally, one where someone was, it was like 5-on-1 of my college roommate my senior year.
Yeah.
And the other one was when we got in like a wrestler, defend your wrestling teammate brawl, and I punched the dude in the mouth. Other than that, I was a spectator. It was like I'd make sure that, like, if you had a bunch of dudes fighting, I'd make sure that like 4 dudes didn't jump on one guy. I would step in and just start sorting things out, not fighting, right?
Yeah.
So like legitimately, when I get in the ring for the first time, I don't have like, Mark Coleman's been in a shit ton of street fights.
Right.
Kevin Randleman, he was in a bunch of street fights, a bunch of bar brawls, right? I wasn't the dude jumping in bar brawls. I was like, as big as I was at the time, I was like, you know what? If I get in a bar fight, you know what they're going to do? Go to their car, get a gun, come in and shoot me.
All right, you bunch of piss ants. Listen to me, you little turd droppers. This is Don Frye, the Predator, the greatest fighter God ever put on this planet. I am now doing Toxic Masculinity with the great Dan Severn, the Beast. I used to wrestle for New Japan Pro Wrestling. I was their greatest gaijin star for years. Now, when I left them, the sales went down. Now sales are finally coming up because I'm helping them behind the scenes. Let me tell you something, you bunch of turd droppers. I wrestled for New Japan Pro Wrestling, and I wrestled for All Japan. I fought for the Ultimate Fighting Championship. I am in their Hall of Fame as the greatest fighter ever. So you just pay attention. I fought for Pride Fighting Organization. I fought for heroes. I fought for a lot of people that you don't know and you'll never know because you're too lazy to do the research. Now, understand this, you bunch of piss ants. You're going to piss me off, and I'm going to come banging on your door, and I'm going to rape your dog. Okay? You better watch this interview I'm doing right now for Hannibal TV. If you don't, I will come bang on your door, and I will beat you to pieces with a wet noodle.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and I'm with UFC Hall of Famer, former Pride FC star, former New Japan Pro Wrestling IWGP champion, the Predator, Don Frye, at his house here outside of Tucson, Arizona. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good, baby. I'm good. What's happening?
Looking forward to chatting with you and recording your podcast later. To start this off, do you want to tell us a little bit about your podcast that you're going to be doing here soon?
Yes, my genius self and then my lifelong nemesis, Dan the Beast Severn, are doing a podcast. We're doing Dan and Don Toxic Masculinity.
Very good. And what gave you the idea to do this podcast?
Oh, Dan and I have been kicking around for a couple of years, and then we finally got a crew together, who owns a camera and a microphone and lighting and computer and all that good stuff, everything we need. And so since we have the production company and we have each other, not that way, it's kind of, we got a production company and then there's Dan and there's me, you know.
So with this concept, you're going to have guests, and I guess you're also going to be talking about the current MMA scene.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to everybody. We're not just a fight channel. We're going to talk to fighters. We're going to talk to actors, talk to comedians. We're going to talk to politicians. You name it. We're going to throw it in there. We're just going to get a mix of everybody.
And today you have a comedian coming in, Rob Schneider, who's also an actor. How do you know him?
Rob's a good friend of mine. I love Rob. He moved out here to Arizona from California to get away from the nuts. And Rob and I met, could have been 2000 and something. And 5 or 6 or 7, we did a movie called Big Stan. And Rob was the star of it. He was Stan. And he ended up getting sent to prison. And I was one of the prisoners. And he puts the boots to me once or twice in the movie. And he's just a great guy to work with and a great guy to know.
How did you get into acting?
Oh, heck. See, I got hired by Ryuhei Kanamura over in Japan for the 50th anniversary Godzilla movie called Godzilla Final Wars. And then over here, I was contacted by a fellow by the name of Douglas Crosby, who is also a fight judge, but he's also a big fan of all the fighters. And there's like 3 stunt coordinators in New York City, and he's one of them. And so he hired me to do a movie and then get me my SAG card. So, thank you, Douglas. Thank you.
Do you have anything else coming up in the acting world?
Shit. Rob Snyder's coming down today to be interviewed on the Dan and Don show. And then, he mentioned, hey, I gotta get you in on one of these movies. He's in the middle of 3 productions right now. So hopefully he'll find a spot for me in one of these things.
And do you still follow the MMA scene?
Sometimes I don't follow it as hard and heavy as everybody else because I live out here in the desert and mountains and don't always get good reception. So, if I want to watch the movie, you have to go in town. Where the hell do I go? What's the name of that pub, baby?
Putney's.
If I want to watch the UFC, I'll go down to Putney's Bar and Grill on Oregon Road there in Tucson and watch it there. Because they're good people. They show all the fights and they pay out their ass to show these fights. So I go over there and eat and drink and get my money, my good share of the bill.
Do you know much about the current UFC heavyweight champion, Stipe Miocic?
Stipe, I like watching Stipe fight. He's a good fighter. Also, I'm a little bit prejudiced in his corner because he's a fireman and a wrestler and had a lot of qualities I had. That's how I was a fireman and a former wrestler when I got started.
Any predictions for Stipe against Francis Ngannou that's coming up?
When is that?
I think it's relatively soon. I don't know the exact date, but I think within the next month.
Shoot, that's gonna be Stipe's gonna get some head movement. You don't want to get hit by Francis. That guy hits like a mule. Geez, so he's powerful, but I don't think he has any kind of a ground game, and his stamina is questionable, But when you throw punches like he does, you don't really have to worry about stamina that much.
And of course, the winner of that is rumored to be facing John Jones, who's supposed to be going up to heavyweight this summer. What do you think about that decision for Jones going up in the weight class?
I think that's fantastic. You know, I mean, I'm going to tell him no. Who's going to tell John Jones no? I mean, John, he's a great athlete. He's one of the top fighters, you know, ever to enter the octagon. And he's 6'4", and I know he probably walks around at 2.25, so he loses 20 pounds to fight light heavy. So now he can gain 20 pounds, and you know when he does that, he'll be 10 times as powerful as he is now. It just you have to see how his stamina is going to be and how he's going to move, you know, with that extra weight.
What do you think is going to happen with McGregor for his next fight? Do you think they're going to give him Diaz again, or is it going to be Poirier?
You know, I have no idea. I think they sit around and they're just, you know, they weigh the odds. How many people are going to buy the pay-per-view? How many people are going to show up at the event? You know, what kind of advertising we going to get, and this, and then they end up just flipping a coin and seeing who.
Who was the most powerful fighter you were ever in there against?
Oh, geez. Gotta be Mark Coleman without question. You know, Coleman's just a freaking animal. Just an animal. You know, he handled me like a dog does a ball, you know, or a cat does a ball. Just swatted me around without worrying.
Yeah, he was really tough. What do you think about him being in the Hall of Fame now as well, joining you in the UFC Hall of Fame?
Well, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, you know. And so does Kevin Randleman, God bless him, you know. I think Kevin Randleman was the best athlete ever to enter the octagon. And Mark Coleman, you know, Mark Coleman's just a monster. He was their first world heavyweight champion. You know, I mean, shit, he submitted Dan Severn to get that. You know, and that's not an easy feat. You know, and he just steamrolled through everybody until, you know, like what happens to everybody, you get cocky. You win a title, and then you get 3, 4, 5 wins, and you get bored, and you get cocky, and you don't train as hard, and then you end up paying for that. You know, it catches up to you.
Is there any reason why they never put you in against Dan Severn?
Yeah, when I won Ultimate 2 in December of '96, the winner of that was supposed to fight Dan Severn for the world heavyweight title back then. And like I said before, they bet all their chips on Tank Abbott. And, you know, they forgot Tank was going to have to fight me. And so they stacked the card in Tank's favor. But I won because I was smart enough. I had a friend named Dave Norch come with us to the Ultimate 2. Dave was a fireman and paramedic. And after the Gary Goodrich fight, Dave stuck me with a needle, and we put 2 or 3 bags of IV fluid in me. You know, boom, refreshed me like that. And so I was good to go. I was like a brand new baby, you know, when it's time to fight Abbott.
Have you followed New Japan at all since you left the company?
No, every once in a while, I'm lucky enough to get Dave Meltzer's Wrestling Observer every week. Thank you, Dave. And So that's how I read up and keep up on everything. But I haven't watched it on the screen.
The style now is a lot more acrobatics, and there's a lot of smaller wrestlers compared to when you were there. It was more shoot stylish and more bigger, manly looking guys. Have you seen anything about the difference in styles that they've gone to?
No, but I mean, you just told me, and I understand it. I mean, heck, if they'd have done that back when Justin Liger was around, or Dynamite Kid was around, God bless Chris Benoit, I mean, and Eddie Guerrero, God bless him. Those guys, they were fantastic, and that was the style. But when I was there, they were doing the shoot style, and it goes ups and down, forward and backward, and ebb and tide, what have you. And it'll do this for a few more years, and then they'll change it and go back to a shoot style or, a slower style, because what they're doing, it just tears up the body too much. And they're going to run out of wrestlers, run out of performers.
You mentioned to me earlier that you trained with Brad Rangans to become a wrestler. What was that training like to be a pro wrestler? That is.
Oh man, Brad! I love Brad. Brad. He was he was ripped off in the '76 Olympics. Then by the referees and the point system. They went by points instead of who actually beat who. Brad beat one or two guys who placed 1, 2, and 3. But he ended up being fourth because the point system, and he should have had the gold medal. And then he got robbed in '80 by that dumbass Jimmy Carter, for boycotting the Olympics. He could have won then too.
Yeah. Was the professional wrestling training hard on you at all for the bumps and stuff, or compared to MMA, was it all pretty easy?
No, it was it was hard at first trying to get used to it and understand it. When you do it wrong, you pay for it. And but Brad was a good trainer. Just that he didn't have a lot of time to get Brian Johnson and I properly ready. Because they wanted somebody in there fast. A shooter. They wanted a shooter in there fast.
What's your opinion on Ken Shamrock?
Ken's a hell of an athlete. Boy, I'll tell you what, he's strong as a horse. He's probably every bit as strong as Mark Coleman. And we had a real good fight over there at Pride Fighting Championships, and it was a good time.
Now he went into wrestling. He did fairly well in WWE. Did WWE ever make you an offer?
Scott Ferrazzo and I went up there. Scott called them up and got an interview for us with them. Scott's a used car salesman, so we go up there to Connecticut, and Scott, being a 350-pound used car salesman, went there and told them how it was going to be, how him and I are going to be together, and we're going to run the company, and get the belts and do this and that, and they showed us the door. Damn near if they could have, they'd have put us on a bus instead of putting us on an airplane. They got rid of us.
What are your thoughts on James Thompson?
James Thompson's a good old boy. He's a good old boy. I just I should have won that fight, but I screwed up, shit. I turned my back on him. Hell, I thought I heard a bell. I was hearing all kinds of bells.
As far as any of today's fighters that, if you were still in your prime, you'd like to go in there against, is there anyone that stands out to you that you would have liked to have fought?
Yeah, I would like to have fought Stipe and then Nagano. You want to fight the best. You want to fight the guy with the belt, or the guy who's next in line for the belt. You just want to fight the best. And those two guys are the best.
Do you remember knocking out Scott Hall in Japan? He tells a story about that.
I don't remember that at all. I have to hear the story. What happened?
It was one of the fan questions. I haven't. I don't exactly know the whole story on it. How did you get into MMA for the first time, anyways?
Shit, I was, lived in Hereford, and I was a fireman in Bisbee, and I was at the tail end of my first marriage. It was going south, so I started taking judo. I wrestled in college and did 8 boxing matches, pro boxing matches, and then I was just working and in a bad marriage, and so I dug around and found out there's a judo club up on Fort Machuca, ran by a guy named Kiyoki Torres, and he was my first judo sensei. And on Saturdays mornings, Steve Owen would come down from Tucson. Steve was Kiyoki's sensei, so therefore being my sensei. And so he saw me walk in, and he said, fuck, that guy's an athlete, You hear him tell the story. And so then, I started coming up here training in Tucson, hour and a half drive, 3-4 times a week. And then I saw Dan Severn on TV, and I called him up and said, Dan's Don Frye, remember me? He said, yeah. Can you get me in on this UFC shit? And he said, yeah. So then he got me some fights across the country, and still waiting on the paycheck from him, And then he needed somebody to help him for Ultimate One. So I took some time off the fire department and went up there, and I was his chief throwing dummy, for 4 or 5 weeks. I don't know. Can't remember. But yeah, people would come in. I want to be I want to be a UFC fighter. Well, I can do this, I saw it on TV. They'd show up, work out with Dan one time, be gone. You never see him again, never hear from him.
I know you guys are friends, but how do you think it would have gone with Dan had you guys had a fight together?
I have no idea. It's something that has been proven, It's like, you think you can go to the moon, take your helmet off, and and survive without oxygen. It's just something hypothetical. It just don't work.
What are your thoughts on Fedor Emelianenko?
I think Fedor is fantastic. He was one of the greatest fighters to be in the fighting industry, And he's just a phenomenal fighter, phenomenal.
Yeah, I heard he had COVID recently. That took him out, but he's recovered from it.
Well, that was stupid on COVID's part.
Yeah. There's a fan that wanted to know if you could change anything about your MMA career. What would you change?
My losses. I'd have slowed down and thought better about, the injuries I had, and, stood back and looked at it from an outside view instead of, being a college wrestler, and fighter, and just wanting to push through it, You end up losing matches that way.
Was a match between you and Tito Ortiz ever proposed?
No, that'd have been a good one. That would have shown, how good my hands were. Because if I couldn't hit Tito's head, then I had no business being in the game, And you got hit on the size of a 5-gallon bucket.
What are your thoughts on Tito in general?
I like Tito. I think Tito's very smart. Very smart. He was lucky enough to be picked to be on, President Donald Trump's TV show back before President Trump became president. So I think he learned a lot being on that show.
Did you like MMA or pro wrestling better? Obviously, your MMA career was longer.
Yeah. It was probably about 5-6 years too long. Shit. I think I liked the fight game better because you control it. Whereas, in pro wrestling, the office controls it, but your opponent does too. You got to trust the guy you're working with to take care of your body. And a couple of guys, they didn't take care of my body, ended up with a broken neck.
For the Yoshihiro fight, what are your memories of that one?
I remember being in that fight thinking, God dang, what the hell keeps this guy up? I'm getting tired of punching, getting tired of being punched. And, after the fight, we're walking down the hallway underneath, to get to the bus. And he comes out of his locker room, bows, says, Don son, I'm sorry for not giving you a better fight. I looked at him, are you crazy? You'd give me a better fight, you'd have killed me. I think Yoshihiro Takayama-san's a phenomenal fighter, man. Got the heart, got the giant heart.
He's in a wheelchair now, isn't he?
I don't even know if he's in a wheelchair. I know he severed his spinal cord doing a pro wrestling match. And so he's paralyzed from the neck down, his whole body. So I was fortunate enough a couple years ago that Keiji Muda brought me over to Japan to do a pro wrestling match. And we went and saw Takayama-san, And so thank you very much, Muda-san. Thank you.
That's probably one of your most famous matches. Is there any match of yours in particular that you're most proud of?
Well, yeah, it'd be that match, That match, and then same damn thing.
I like that your cell phone's pink.
It's not pink. It's injury pus. Red. It's the color of pus when you're healing up, underneath the scab. Yeah. That match was a phenomenal match, and it's because Yoshihiro Takayama-san had a big heart, and I'm so proud of that fight because every time anybody doesn't know me, but they come up to me and they say, God damn, we love that fight with you. That big giant Chinese guy. I go, one, he's not Chinese, he's Japanese. And two, if you love the fight that much, give the other guy respect to learn his name,
How was the pay between pro wrestling and MMA?
Hell, you'd have to ask my ex-wife. She got it all.
What do you think about some of the large purses some of these fighters are making today compared to the early years?
I think it's phenomenal. You know. I'm so glad, you know, the money's finally going up, you know. And because these guys deserve it. And they freaking deserve it.
There's a fan that wanted to know if there's any fighter that you still don't like enough that you would fight again, but obviously you can't be cleared to fight these days. But
Well, you know, there's always Ken Shamrock's bare knuckle fighting organization.
I think that went out of business.
Did it?
There's another one though.
Shit.
Yeah, he went back to pro wrestling.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I guess I should start reading those Wrestling Observers better, huh?
There's a few that pay decent though. I know Josh Barnett did one over in Poland recently that had a good payday, and he won too. What do you think of Josh Barnett, by the way, another pro wrestler that did well in UFC?
I think he's another one phenomenal, you know. Geez, I mean, to be able to do pro wrestling, you know, and touch, you know, to where you don't break a raw egg, to where you can do a fight and you can crush a brick. Yeah, you know, that's better athleticism than I have. I could never, I couldn't pull it off.
Did any pro wrestlers ever try to take liberties with you in the ring?
Yeah, like I said, the three guys that broke my neck. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That was on purpose.
I think so.
Were they all Japanese?
Yep, they were all Japanese.
Interesting.
Thing is, you know, I mean, I was told to be stiff, you know, so I was stiff. That was my style, the shoot style. And apparently, the office didn't tell the guys I was working with, you know. Because, you know, you get a potato, somebody potatoes you, you give them a receipt, you know? And I guess my potatoes were a little bit too strong, you know? Because they gave me the receipt, which, you know, I still am dealing with today.
Do you have any thoughts about Haku that a lot of people say is the toughest pro wrestler of all time? I don't know if you ever came across him.
I love Haku, man. Ming, you know. It is Ming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's got a couple of different names.
Yeah. Jeez, I can't remember his real name.
Tonga.
Yeah, Tonga-san, yeah. He's great, man. We hung out all the time. Every time he was over there, you know, on the tour. And that is a scary human being, but he's also the nicest guy in the world. Man, he would give you the shirt off his back and give you his pants and his shoes, you know, and he would go home naked just to make sure you were happy, you were comfortable, you know.
Why do you think people mess with him so much over the years in the bars where he looks like he does and he's so dangerous?
Because they're stupid. People are stupid, especially when they get liquid courage. Yeah, you know. And you get a bunch of liquid courage and you wake up in the hospital. He's a frightening person, man. But he's the nicest guy in the world.
Did you ever have any issues in bars with people wanting to test you since you were such a famous fighter?
No. People are always polite to me, you know. So I guess I got lucky.
Did anyone ever try and convince you to get into professional arm wrestling?
No, hell no. You know, Art Davies had that one organization where they arm wrestled and they punched at the same time, right? I know Cal Worsham did it, but I don't know how many shows they had.
There was a fan on here that wanted to know what happened with the Sonny Westbrook altercation. I don't even know who that is.
Well, I was drunk. I had been at the bar all day long and drank probably over a gallon of tequila that day. Yeah, probably a gallon. Over a bottle, working on the second one. And then I had 4 or 5 different narcotics in my system because of my back and my neck. And if this is the day, the 24-hour day, I remember about this much, So
When you used to drink, what was your drink of choice?
the next one.
What are your thoughts on Ronda Rousey?
She's a good looking piece of meat. I tell you what, and she gets cleaned up. She's a good looking woman, and really pretty. She was a hell of an athlete too, She just had the wrong people around her, which happens to a lot of fighters and a lot of other athletes, You're on a winning streak, you're a winner, you have all these people around you, you got cars, money, everything, helping this guy, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get hurt or you lose and you can't get your confidence back, and you start losing more, and then all the people disappear, and then you find out who's your real friends when you're struggling, you don't have any money, you're struggling for your life, you find out who the real friend is.
What are your thoughts on Misha Tate?
Hell, I don't know. Misha was a good fighter, I guess, when she was fighting. What does her think about it?
What was the difference between New Japan and All Japan working for those two companies?
New Japan, when I was doing New Japan, they were on the high and they had a lot of money, at that point, because everything was going good. Ticket sales were phenomenal. So they treated you good. They spent money on you, fed you, everything, first class all the way around. All Japan, they didn't have the money like New Japan, but they always treated me good, both of them. I don't have a complaint with any of them.
Did you have sponsors over there that would take you out and take you to fancy dinners and stuff that we always hear about?
Oh yeah, everybody does, Yeah, everybody. They take you out, they wine you, dine you, and all you gotta do in return is give them photos and signatures, I mean, they're good people over there in Japan. I love Japan.
Why do you think Inoki chose you to have his final match? That must have been a big honor for you with what a legendary figure he is in Japan.
That was a huge honor, my wrestling match with Inoki-san is right there with my match against Takayama-san, in here together. And, I was the most famous fighter in the world at that time, I had just won Ultimate in December of 96. And I think in April 97 or 98, Inoki-san has me do his retirement match. And it's such a big honor. We did the Tokyo Dome, which is a 73,000 seat arena, but they had it was 78,000. They sold 5,000 standing tickets, and it's just phenomenal because that show was like 4 or 5 hours long, and those people that were there for the whole thing. And pro wrestling match, in Japan, when you retire, your retirement match would be like 20, 30 minutes, to say goodbye to the fans, give them a fond farewell. 2 minutes into the Inoki match, I broke 3 of his ribs, So he stretched me out in 4.5 minutes, stretched me out into a submission.
Do you have any advice for pro wrestlers that are watching this, maybe up and coming?
Yeah, get a prenup. Make sure you get insurance, don't quit your day job. And, always take care of your family.
You were a heel mostly as a wrestler, right? You didn't do babyface much. How did you like playing that role? Because you were normally a face in MMA.
Yeah, I was a face in MMA, but I love being a heel in pro wrestling. Just, you grew up watching Terry Funk, Ric Flair, and Superstar Billy Graham, Hey, sweetie pie, you want to be a heel like those guys.
Your dog just entered the room.
Yeah,
maybe your daughter could close the door for a second just for the background.
Get her, Queenie Pooh, get her.
So you actually watched wrestling growing up before you were made the offer?
Oh, heck yeah. Nothing like Superstar Billy Graham, but
No.
That guy got a promo.
Yeah, Superstar Billy Graham, don't you?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in years, though. But,
He just lost part of his foot due to diabetes.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Right or left?
I don't know.
How much?
Part of his toes. So luckily not the whole foot.
Okay, okay, good.
Yeah. Luckily they caught it early.
How old is he now?
78, maybe.
I just broke my heart the other day. I saw Terry Funk, telling people he's tired. I'm a tired old man. Just, don't send me any more, requests for autographs. It just broke my fucking heart, man.
Yeah, he was supposed to be on a show with me on the 27th of this month, but he had to back out of that, unfortunately, as well.
Yeah, why?
I guess because of his health issues. I think there's some sort of problem with his abdominals, and he's having memory issues.
Fuck, man. Jeez. How old's he now? So
He'd be in his 70s.
Yeah.
He lost his wife a couple of years ago.
Yeah. But that fucking tore him up, man. Because he loved her. They were high school sweethearts,
Yeah, it's too bad.
And they were divorced for 2 or 3 or more?
Yeah, just briefly. Because he had that other little fling or something and stuff.
Well, he said he was in Japan, in his room, and knock on the door. He answered, there's a little girl there. She said, "Hi, Terry Funk, I'm your daughter." He says, I started doing the math. Yeah, probably could be. So he went home and told the wife, and she fucking beat him, kicked him out.
Wow.
Yeah, fucking, I think the little girl's like 20, I don't know if she's in her late teens or early 20s, how long it was, but I know she was following around one of the guys in New Japan when I was wrestling there, She's like a fucking mat rat,
Was there more mat rats for wrestling or MMA?
Burner, I don't know. I would, I guess for wrestling, but I always had my wife with me. For the fights, not for the wrestling, but if I liked the wrestling, I was so tired. If anybody wanted to, I couldn't have, but they were all scared of me. So my gimmick was good,
Yeah,
I never had peace anybody looking for me.
You would have done well in WWE with your voice and a good heel persona.
Yeah.
You did well enough on your own.
Yeah, fuck. I wish I'd stayed healthy, man. Jeez, a fucking ways. I mean, you saw where they had my back wide open, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And fucking this. And when the old people say, you're without your health, you have nothing, man. They were spot on, boy. They were spot fucking on. I remember watching Inoki-san fight Muhammad Ali, and that was my first introduction to Antonio Inoki. And when Brad Reagan's called me up, what happens? Brad Reagan's called up the late Jeff Blatnick, because they were friends for years, because they did Greco-Roman together. So Brad calls up late Jeff Blatnick and says, "Hey, we're looking for, a good guy who, come over here and can learn wrestling and be a heel, and not hurt anybody." To where they can't do anything again, but he's also a good guy, we're not going to have trouble with. And so, God bless him, Brad recommended me. Jeff recommended me to Brad. And then Brad called me up and flew over to his place in Minnesota, and Inoki-san and Masa Saito-san, flew over with the first Tiger Mask and Fujita and Ogawa.
Which death hit you the hardest of your friends? There's so many wrestlers and MMA fighters that pass away young.
It'd be Kurt Hennig, Kurt was such a good guy. And just a phenomenal guy. And, he was buddies with Brad Reagan's, and then he'd come in and help us, work out and train us and, teach us, tricks. He'd always be pulling a rib, He was fantastic. Oh, it was just fantastic.
Did he ever pull any ribs on you?
Oh, yeah. He H-bombed me one time on the airplane. And all I remember is getting on the plane in Minneapolis and then waking up the next day in Japan. I don't remember anything on the plane, on the ride from the, going through customs, on the ride from the airport to the hotel, being at the hotel, and we woke up the next day.
What are your thoughts on Chuck Norris?
I like Chuck Norris. I like him, man. I got the privilege of meeting him once over at a fight there in California. He's a very nice guy, and his son's a good guy. I know his son from the movie industry.
What was Godzilla your favorite movie to do so far?
Well, of course. I had lines. I was a star. Shit, they treated me like gold. I had an agent, in Japan. I had a personal assistant. I had a chauffeur. I had a cook. Shit, there was something else. Number 5, I can't remember. And interpreter, did I say interpreter?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You had a full staff. Did you ever meet Sylvester Stallone yet?
No, I'd like to. I'd really like to. I mean, come on. You grow up on Rocky and Rambo. Rocky's probably the greatest sports movie ever made. It really is. And then you grow up fantasizing about that,
I know Goldberg speaks very highly of you and you're friends with Goldberg. Any stories about him, and what do you think about him still wrestling in WWE, making $3 million a year reportedly?
God, that's fantastic. That is, congratulations, Bill. That is great. If anybody deserves it, he does. Bill's one of the nicest guys in the world you'll ever meet. He will go out of his way for fans. And he really goes hard for the disabled fan. Disabled children. Knock on wood. He's really a great guy in that aspect and helping people out in that area.
I know he trained in Muay Thai for decades, and he has a gym, I think. How do you think he would have done had he crossed over into MMA? I know he was always offered more money in wrestling, so it never happened, but there was always some talk of it.
That's a question that, is silly because there are so many variables in the fight world. Excuse me.
When you were in your peak condition, what would have been your best squat, bench press, and deadlift?
Oh shit. I don't know on my bench. I think the most I ever did, I had bad shoulders from, a young age. I think the best I ever benched was around 400, 4.25, but, my shoulders were horrible. And then, thing on the deadlift, I think I could only do about 5.5, 6. And then the squat, I don't even remember the squat's been so long, but I know I couldn't do them now because I lost the quad on my right leg from when I had my back fused and I broke the rods and didn't know it. So I walked around on it for 2.5 years like a dumbass. And I knew my back hurt, but I couldn't figure out why. And then I never looked down. Apparently, I never looked down at my legs because I didn't realize how much it had atrophied until I saw a picture of me in the hospital after the coma, And I thought it was from the coma and being in the coma, but then I got thinking, no, I mean that was only 3 weeks, and the atrophy took a lot longer than 3 weeks to be, because my right leg's like 10 inches smaller in diameter than my left. So, that didn't happen 3 weeks. That happened over the 2-year course.
How's your back holding up now?
It's a lot better than what it was.
Last time I saw you, you were in the hospital.
Which hospital?
The one in Phoenix.
Yeah, Scottsdale, yeah. And I thought that was the last of the hospitals, but I guess I ended up one the following year too, down here in Tucson. I had that down here. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I was screaming like a woman, every morning at 4 a.m. And they hauled me in the hospital a couple of times, couldn't figure it out. And then they had a intern go through my MRI photos one sheet at a time, and he found something inside my spinal cord. And then they cut me open, go in there, and they said my spinal cord was all lumpy and distorted, swollen, and they cut into it. This pus came out. I had an infection inside the spinal cord. Damn near killed me.
I can only imagine your medical bills.
Yeah. You find out who your friends are too when you're in the hospital for that.
What was your experience like working on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
That was fun. I mean, that was the second time I worked with the late great Roddy Piper. You know, I got to work with him twice, and it was so much fun each time. And heck, we did a pro wrestling match for them people. We probably did a half hour Broadway, you know, and then come find out they only use like 1 or 2 seconds of it. But you know what? It was just fun being in the ring with Piper. You know, shit, I'd paid them to do it, you know, but they paid me, and I got to do, you know, I got to work with Roddy Piper.
Were you guys just calling it on the fly for that, or was there a choreographed?
Oh no, he was calling it. He was calling on the fly. Yep, he led me around, you know, and Trump running out of tape.
No, I was just checking what the tape was at.
You know, he led me around and just called it, and I had fun. And, you know, working with him was phenomenal. Like, you couldn't even feel him. And he's one of those guys you got to keep an eye on all the time because you don't feel him. You know, if you close your eyes, he could have been here, there, and done anything because, you know, the touch was just so perfect.
What are your thoughts about Kurt Angle?
I think Kurt Angle's a phenomenal athlete. He's just a great athlete, and I'm glad he kicked his painkiller addiction problem. You know, that's just horrible how, you know, an athlete destroys their body for the company, and then gets hooked on drugs for the company, and then goes to the company, and company turns their back. You know, it's like, like when you find out who your friends are. You know, some people grab their coat and run. You know, and business companies like that, they'll either stand by you. New Japan stood by me, you know, for the neck surgery and a shoulder surgery, and you know, New Japan Pro Wrestling is phenomenal. And unfortunately, Kurt, you know, was with somebody else who turned their back and wiped their hands, you know.
Yeah, Karen, I guess she went on with Jeff Jarrett or something too on top of it all.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the thing about, you know, you don't want to get your wife involved in the business.
No.
Because they're fucked up. They think, you know, everybody's out there for them and they're the star, you know. No, I'm the star. I'm sharing it with you because I love you, you know, and I want you to be happy. But then I want you, you know, forget about me. And you know, it's like money doesn't change people. Money exposes people.
Did you ever meet Quentin Rampage Jackson?
Yeah. He's a great guy. I like Quentin. Quentin's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, he was in Pride around the same time you were at. What about Randy Couture?
Hey, I don't know Randy.
What are your thoughts on MMA and wrestling doing shows with no crowds right now due to the COVID?
I think that's weird. Oh, you okay? Are you okay? You know, it's just the weirdest thing. It's like a wrestling practice. You know, being in the wrestling room with just the other wrestlers, and you know, but they're not working. They're not working out. They're all doing their stage duty. Yeah, you know. But that was I was shit in the wrestling room. You know, just garbage. Same thing with the fight room. You know, anybody could come in there and beat me. You know, but when I was in front of the crowd, you know, that's when I could perform. Whereas, you know, in the wrestling room or the fight room, guys to be world champion, you know, in the room. But when they get in front of a crowd, they piss themselves and they freeze up.
There's a fan that wants to know about your reunion in 2000 at Karukan Hall with Pro Wrestling Masters, you and Chono, or your Team 2000 reunion. It wasn't in 2000.
It wasn't in 2000?
No, it was a couple years ago at Karukan Hall.
Yeah, when I turned on Mudo.
Yeah.
And went back with Chono-san. Yeah. That was great. That was great to be back with Chono-san. You know, it was great that Mudo-san brought me over there. And like I said, he brought me over there to do the match and see Takayama-san. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
You played Mike Hager from the Final Fight video game in the Broken Gear film. Do you play video games at all? I think I know the answer to that.
What's your answer?
Probably not.
No, I would get too frustrated, and I would break the game and break the TV set. You know.
Did you see Jake Hager fight in Bellator? He's a former WWE champion that had about 3 fights now, I think, 3 or 4
Really?
fights. Yeah.
How'd he do?
He won his first 2, but they were tomato cans. His third, he kneed the guy in the groin 3 times, and it was declared a draw. His last one, he got the decision, but it seemed like a bit of a... The decision could have gone either way.
Yeah.
But he's done... He's
He's 4-0, right?
Yeah.
4-0?
4-1 draw, I guess.
3-0-1 or 4-0-1?
3 wins and 1 draw. So he's not doing too badly.
No, not at all. Not at all.
He's also in AEW. Have you seen any of that company?
No, I haven't. I have not. I guess I'll have to look at it now.
There's a fan that's asking if you still dislike Dan Henderson.
I didn't dislike Henderson. that whole thing just poking fun at him.
Who in the female MMA field do you think is the best looking? There's a fan asking.
Holly Holm.
Okay.
Man, I saw her. Wow, she's just gorgeous. Wow.
How did you get to know Sean McCorkey and Adam Hunter? A fan is asking.
Oh, fuck. Sean McCall. Okay, Sean and Adam Hunter, he does his MMA Uncensored. And so we do that. I think I knew Adam from, a couple of the fights. And then Sean McCorkle, yeah, he's fucking funnier than shit. Sean he's funny. He's fun to be around and listen to. He's just one of those guys that'll keep you laughing the whole time.
Did you have much interaction with Frank Shamrock, and how do you feel about him compared to Ken?
Yeah, I had Frank was a friend of mine. One time back in when I was fighting, I was having problems here in Arizona, so I went over to Frank's place and he trained me for a fight. And but there wasn't much training because I was so beat up. He would take me to the chiropractor, he'd give me a masseuse, he'd take me to the acupuncturist, take me to the gym for the spa and the steam room and the sauna. We spent more time on the road going to try and put my body back together, and he did a lot for me. He took me to the chiropractor and they took x-rays. He says, well, what's the diagnosis? And they says, well, the medical term for his back is he's fucked. Yeah.
There's a fan asking if you have any thoughts on CM Punk, who is a former WWE champion that had 2 UFC fights and didn't win either of them, didn't have very good performances in either of them.
Well, you know what? He gave it a shot. He tried. I got a lot of respect for him. because he walked away from being the champion to try something new, and it was a gamble. He lost it, but at least he knows, instead of being one of those guys who sit around saying, I could have, should have, could have, would have, he gave it a shot. I got a lot of respect for that, man.
Did you ever meet Vader, the pro wrestler?
Yeah, I did a match with him one time, yeah.
How was that in the ring with him?
How's that what?
How was being in the ring with him? Because he was known for being very rough in the ring.
He wasn't rough with me. He sandbagged on me, He was, he was doing the job and he wasn't happy about it, And so, like I say, he sandbagged. And after the match, is at Sumo Hall. So you're separated, good guys and bad guys, and the only way to get into the locker room without anybody knowing it is you go out the back door, go down this blocked off hallway. It's got a wall, and you jump the wall, and then go down, and then go in. And I did that, jumped the wall, came in, and then I could hear him talking to the late Steve Williams. And he goes, my God, he is killing me as this. And Steve says, I was watching from the doorway here. I thought it was a shoot. He said, I didn't know what was going on, And I was just working the way I normally work.
Do you have any plans to ever do an autobiography?
No, sure don't. No plans for the autobiography.
And I'm going to guess you don't have any social media. I think you have a Twitter, but I'm not sure how often you're posting on there.
Had a Twitter, but fuck them. They're going to cut off the president and every other conservative fucking.
Someone's asking, is Gary Goodrich the hardest puncher you ever faced?
No, Gary's a good guy. The hardest puncher. Jeez. Jerome LeBanner. He knocked me on my ass, man. Knocked me around the ring like I was a racquetball.
There's a fan wondering how you feel about not being included in UFC 4. He's from Ireland. He said, love from Ireland.
UFC 4?
Yeah.
Jeez, that guy's got a good memory. Jeez, man. Hey, to you, brother. To you. The sun always be on your back.
Did you
the sun on your face and the wind of your back? Sorry.
Did you ever meet Alberto Del Rio in Pride? He went on to be a wrestler, a Mexican fighter.
No. I think he was another wrestler that went into fighting. But no, I don't think I ever got the opportunity to meet him.
Did you ever meet Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yeah, I met Steve Austin once or twice. What a great guy, man. What a great guy. He's funny. He's funny. And, he's everything you'd expect.
He should have you on one of his podcasts. He has one of the most popular podcasts in the world. You'd be a great guy to have on there.
I would be. It's bad business sense for him not to have me on there.
What were your interactions like with him? Did you get to go out with him or anything, or was it mostly a handshake?
Mostly a handshake, just a couple minutes, because it was backstage of one of their WWE shows, so he was a little busy.
And just to wrap it down here, there's a few more fan questions. Is there anything you refuse to do in professional wrestling that they asked you to do?
Yeah. Antonio Inoki's son asked me to do a job. Cut for a minute, will you?
So I was going to ask you about Bob Sapp, who you would have known from Pride.
Yeah, Bob, big old boy, man. You know, Bob's a great guy. I really love him. Shit. He's the funniest guy. I mean, we did that movie, Big Stan. You know, every scene he was in was hilarious. I mean, Bob's just a walking cartoon character. He really is.
Is there anything you want to say to the fans that have been following your career through all these years?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I thought all my fans died of old age. You know, if you're still around, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I hope to make a comeback here. And you know, we're doing Dan and Don's Toxic Masculinity. Toxic Masculinity. We are doing Dan and Don's Toxic Masculinity. And it's hard to say, but it's a lot of fun to watch. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Arizona's a more free state. It's open.
No,
It's like Florida.
Big time. I've been to Texas a few times, I've been to Florida now a few times. I've got a few more trips coming up, and I love the state governors of these states because they're proactive. They're
Yeah,
doing
well, you know,
things.
you have to keep things open. You have to keep the, you know, the idea that you have to shut everything down for a virus that has a 99.8% cure rate.
Yep.
Seems to me, you know, and they're not to say like, you know, the collateral damage from shutting it down, from the suicides, from the psychological, you know, and taking a year away from these children. I mean, all the sports, all the final year in college for these basketball kids, all the high school kids, and there's a year of their lives, you know. So they're like, and then like seeing like businesses, half of all restaurants, you know, threaten to go under.
Yeah, just see what you're talking about there with children having to be home from school. Who could be there watching?
Yeah, exactly. That's just assuming.
Parents.
That's just assuming that everyone has good internet and that the parents can stay there and watch them. Like a lot of the parents, both my parents worked.
Yes.
What are they going to do? And my mom's a school teacher. My dad was a salesman. What, no one was going to be there to watch us. You know, I mean, like no one was there when we got home. You had to take care of your own. You know, so it's absolute lunacy and elitism, and these noticing very noticeable that the Democratic governors and the senators and assemblymen at the state level, they were all getting paid while the rest of their electorate was unemployed. Interestingly.
Yeah, they're making a lot of money. Yeah, they're getting richer.
Yeah, and so like, and I don't want these, you know, so you have to, you know, I'm always going to err on the side of, you know, individual responsibility. There's a risk in anything that you do. Now, who's going to decide what that risk is? I want to make that decision for me and my family. I don't want like some, you know, state assemblyman or somebody who's getting all their money from the pharmaceutical industry making that decision for me.
Yep.
You know, so but it was very interesting because, you know, they had a plan. I don't know if this thing was whatever, but it was definitely used for political purposes, and it's still being used for political purposes. You see these schools now where they have like, you know, plexiglass around every student when children are not the drivers of this disease. So it's purely just, it's a psychological warfare, and I would say child abuse. At this point, when you surrounding this kid in plexiglass, putting a mask on their face all day, that is a psychological damage, and we have no idea what that's causing. But I guarantee you, it's not good. It ain't normal, and I ain't doing it to my kids. And that's why I moved to this state, to get the hell out of California, which is still struggling with it. Even though the CDC and the World Health Organization, both criminal organizations, both completely conflicted, and they're changing their rules all the time. They're saying like, you know, like if you had the coronavirus like I had, which wasn't that horrible, wasn't that great, but like now they're saying that's no longer. They were saying, well, if you had that, then you're fine. Now they're saying, no, you have to take the vaccine. And I guarantee you, in 2 years, no matter what, you heard it here first, in 2 years it's going to be like, if you, or every commercial on TV is going to be, if you or anyone you know took the COVID vaccine, you can be eligible for millions of dollars, and you know, but which is not true actually, because they're complete liability free. They have no liability, the pharmaceutical industry, the doctors, hospitals. If something does go wrong, you can't sue them. You can't. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
So if something does go wrong, if you're one of the people that has a bad reaction to this, you cannot sue. So they have no liability. There's absolutely no reason for them to want to make anything safer because it doesn't cost them a damn thing. So I mean, I really think you have to question who's benefiting from all this stuff, and I really think like you don't have to look too far.
Your last fight on that first pay-per-view was against Don Frye.
Yeah.
What are your memories of that fight and your continuous matches with him? Because I think you had 3 altogether.
Yeah. The first match, I fought Don Frye. Like my first night after Paul Herrera, I went to Jerry Bolander, and Jerry Bolander was from the Lions Den. He was able to get me tired. I didn't even know he had enough cardio for this damn thing. I thought it was just you go out there and fight. I had no idea whatsoever you need cardio. So I fought Jerry Bolander, and the match lasted 5 minutes. By the time I got back, my corner had to pick me up and drag me out to the to the back, and I'm like sucking wind in this black gi. So they took off the gi so I can breathe, and they're fanning me and doing all this and to get me some air. And then I got, so what do you have? And look on the thing. Then they heard Don Frye just knocked out the zombie from some whatever, a 410-pound zombie. It was the David against Goliath. And Don Frye was the smallest the biggest David. I was the smallest Goliath. So we meet in the end to each other. I beat up all my guys, and he beat up all his, and we met in the end together. His 2 matches were like seconds. My 2 were, Jerry Bolander took me 5 minutes, but first one was a couple seconds. Finally, we're going up against each other. Here's the thing. In the back of in the hall, it was like in a hockey arena. And beside this arena, everybody is set out long. Don Frye.
So there's no individual dressing rooms?
No, there's no one. There's one, but the thing is that it's the only thing that separates the dressing room is a sheet. So you can hear everything that's going on. Don Frye's right beside my corner. So when I came back in the room, everybody dragged me back. Came back to my room. I can't fight. How can you fight? Then people understood that he's back beside me. You're fighting him next. So be quiet. Shh. I'm like, oh man, guys, I can't. I'm telling you, man, I can't fight. I can't. Shh. And then, so then I had another guy, and the guys in the back there, they started hitting the pads like if I was warming up. Somebody started hitting the pads, so the sounds he would hear it like I'm warming up and hitting it fast, and going on. And so then I got out of there, and then when they dragged me out, I said, I have about 30 seconds of gas, and after that, you guys got to pull the cord and throw in the towel. So I got in there, and we started fighting, and I started feeling good as I started walk out. Started feeling good, started fighting, feeling really good, and then finally we fought, and I think we went 5 minutes. It was awesome. Loved it.
Your second fight, I guess, was in Pride?
The second fight, was in Ultimate 96.
Okay.
That's the one that Don Frye beat everybody, and he won. What happened was same thing happened again. I ran out of cardio, and he ended up beating me again. And then we fought again in the last time I was in Pride. I was leaving Pride, and after that, I obviously went over to K1. But I was leaving Pride, and I started starting fighting different ways. Learning how to kick. I stretch, and neither of us worked out for the fight at all. He looked at me, and I looked at him. We're just, every time I see him, he's like this, and he's sore, and you can see him like he was sore. So was I. I didn't train a second for that fight. They offered me the fight. I took the fight. I didn't train one bit for that fight. So if I didn't knock him out, we were gonna look terrible. We look like 2 old men trying to fight each other. That's what we look like. And then finally we ended up fighting, and I saw his hands were low, and I'm gonna try for a head kick. And I went for a head kick and got him, knocked him out.
And what are your thoughts on his personal issues that he's had in recent years? He's had some alcohol.
Right now he's going through issues.
Yeah.
You know what? I love Don Frye. Don Frye. You know, he's having a rough time. I went to Brazil with Don Frye, and that's when I really got to know him. With Don Frye and Coleman and myself, we went to Brazil, and we did a bunch of things over there, helping out the Brazilians and moving there in Balitudo. And I really got to know Don Frye there, and then we fought in Pride, and we fought all around. And, so we're always very close. We started the very same day, and then he went off to professional wrestling. But we always had a good camaraderie. I have his phone number. I can call him right now. He's a good man, but he's bullheaded. He's just, if he has something in his mind, that's in his mind. And him and his wife were going through problems. I won't tell you what the problems are, but they were going through problems and started separating, going their own way. And it's bothering him, it's bothering her. And they called and kind of put me in the middle. And I wish him the best. He's had a rough time. He's having a rough time. He's had a rough life. He's had a rough go of life because he's been beaten up and beaten down. Like I said, professional wrestling. He's got a wrecked up back. He's got this. He's got that. He's trying to come out of a hole.
And what was your favorite memory of fighting for Pride?
Probably the knockout with Don Frye at the end of it. I really enjoyed that.
It's funny because a lot of times when it comes to mixed martial arts, that Don Frye, he comes up all the time there, especially in the month of November, because November, aka known as Movember, for beards, mustaches, any kind of facial hair, and the standard question comes up to me: well, Dan, who has a better mustache, you or Don Frye? I go, without a doubt, it's Don Frye. He's younger, it's bigger, it's bolder. I said, I may not be the winner between mustaches, but at least I'm the originator.
What is your opinion of Don Frye, anyways? He's such a classic fighter.
Don Frye, as a wrestler, I was coaching at Arizona State at the time. Don Frye, I always saw him in his pre-MMA career at closing time of a few different bars where he was just starting to morph some of his pugilistic skills and stuff like that. So I knew that Don would do just fine. So when I left Arizona State to take the job let's just say when I left Arizona State to take a job at Michigan State, again that was early on in my career, but that's probably the last time I really saw Don at that point. His life went into, he graduated, went to Oklahoma, and then went to into the fire department. But after he saw me in I think UFC number 4, and then he started looking at that might be something he could do. And after UFC number 5, he definitely got in contact with me and said, "Can you help me get into this industry?" And I always say the only credit I will ever take is I helped him get his foot in the door. It's him that walks into the cage, and it's him that's got to make all these decisions. And I could be there, I could be a training partner, I can hold hand mitts, I can do whatever that is, but it's still not walking in there and doing it for him. So I say I helped him get his foot in the door. He had the ability to simply kick that door wide open and just command the sport.
You asked me earlier about the advice to new fighters or young fighters, and I said, get a prenup, in which my daughter gave me dirty looks.
Because she's young and she's still.
Yeah, well, I mean,
She's in love.
I was bound actually onto that. I think that the normal marital certificate is not good enough. I literally think that there should be some, I'll call it rules of engagement, or there should be some guidelines, because when you come into the marriage, each of you bring in certain assets and attributes.
Right.
There should be, this is what I brought to the table, this is what this person brought to the table, this is what you guys now commingle from that point forward.
Right.
That's really the only part that should be ever looked upon. But that all depends on how you come up with a contract.
Right.
There really should be a contract. A lot of people call it the prenup anymore, but I look at that. love is only good while there's love there.
Yeah.
When there's not love there, now you need a contract.
Yeah, now you got a contract, and you don't want to do it while you're mad.
And too many people get married at a young age when they shouldn't get married. They really, they should. I mean, I'll just say with my couple, my kids that are married. You know, I actually had the conversation with them first. I took them behind the woodshed, just talked about the birds and bees first time, but then when they wanted to get married later in life, it's kind of like going, okay, let's go back behind that woodshed again. Because there's certain things that the fairy books and the other books that they read or the movies that they watch, life doesn't happen like that. You know, people do have bad breath. People do have good points and bad points to them. Hopefully the good points outweigh the bad points. But you really need to, and I said that to my kids, you actually have to have a plan. And you have to know where you're heading. You can't just let life aimlessly happen to you. You actually have to have some kind of a plan. So.
Well, that, and you know, for fighters, you filming this?
Yeah. Do you want? I thought you wanted me to start. Or do you
I
want
did. I want you to film this. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's right. Good. We're good.
I want this
going,
film.
Mr. Frye. Keep going.
Because everything, you know, I mean, you're a fighter and you get hurt. Don't make the mistake I made, Coleman made, 20,000 other fighters made. Don't take painkillers and fight your way through it. You know?
Take the time off.
Take the time off. Take the fucking time off and heal yourself, you know, naturally or as best you can naturally without the minimum amount of painkillers, because they will be there. The organization will still be there when you're done healing. Don't let them tell you, you know, you've got to come back now or you'll lose your place. Bullshit. They'll always welcome you back. You know, don't fuck up and take the pills, the painkillers, and get addicted to them, and then you're going to get hurt anyways. You'll end up getting hurt worse than if you would have taken the whole year off and healed perfectly, you know, or better. I mean, you should have take the year off and heal up. Don't rush it with pain pills, because that organization will always be there to take you back, or another organization will.
I'd say that's part of the equation. The other part of the equation is simply you got to realize. I mean, most athletes think that their career is going to go forever.
Right.
It's only going to go until the next match, and depends on what happens with that next match.
Right.
Did you get hurt? Did you lose? How did you lose? There's a lot of different factors that you have to factor in. So having, I'll say having that wherewithal or that savviness to salt some of that money away.
Right.
You know, invest it, put away for that rainy day, because the inevitability for all professional athletes, you know, regardless of what sport they're in, that rainy day is going to happen, that injury is going to happen, that sickness is going to happen, and they weren't ever expecting it. You know, I mean, for example, going in MMA, did you have health benefits in MMA?
No.
None of these athletes really have health benefits in MMA. There's if you got hurt while you're with a big organization, you got hurt during that match, they're going to do something right there, but it all depends on if you broke a leg or broke an arm or broke a hand or something like this, or need some stitches or concussion. They'll take care of those.
That immediate injury, they're not going to take it long term.
Yes, exactly.
They're going to take the injury happen in the ring or the cage.
But then now the repercussions, you have to live in that body after that, and that's the hard part about that is they're not going to be there holding your hand. You're gone.
And they may not pay for the physical rehab. You know, they may pay for the surgery. If they do, then you're lucky. You know.
But the ongoing either rehab or whatever other aspects, no, it's not going to.
Yeah.
So, but that's where it's, you know, the injury aspect is just one aspect of it. I've always been really big about preaching options, you know, making sure that you have more than one iron in the fire, because, you know, being about in the fight industry, you have a game plan, your opponent has a game plan. It's basically the same game plan. Somebody's
Right.
gonna come up by the short end of the stick of this game plan here pretty quick. And that's where you always have to have option B, C, and D going. Option A is always gonna be that tough one.
Well, the thing is, your plan is, I'm going to win this guy, I'm going to beat this guy, and I'm going to have $100,000. Okay, I'm going to go buy this watch, I'm going to go buy this car, I'm going to buy this snowmobile. You never plan for when you lose, you know?
Right.
And
Or you don't figure out, well, how much is Uncle Sam going to take
Right.
out of this winnings right there?
30%.
And Uncle Sam didn't step in there. He wasn't in your corner. He didn't do nothing for you. So it kind of makes you mad there
Well,
when you lose that kind of money there as well.
Well, he lets you in the greatest country on the planet, you know, you have the opportunity. And that's the thing, like somebody said, I don't know who said it, but in professional sports, you don't have a career, you have an opportunity, you know, and the opportunity is very small. That window of opportunity is very small. And if you get hurt, it gets either really smaller or it gets closed, you know.
Yeah, I mean, truthful statement. You know, yet I've seen lots of athletes have come and gone, and it's you know, especially when you see I don't mean just come and gone, I mean, but that they're no longer here, and they're a lot younger than what we are. That really saddens you that their careers not only were their career shortened, but their life was shortened as well.
Well, you know, like in pro football, you know, they say the average career is 3 years, right? Or 2 years. And that's not very long. And in pro fighting, it's even, you know, it's even smaller, you know. Shit, you and I got lucky, you know, we stole like 10 more years.
I kept trying to keep quiet about all that there, just so that it's kind of didn't want to bring any attention.
Yeah.
It's kind of going, Dad's ever still around? Well, okay, yeah.
I fought for what, 13, 15 years, I don't know. How long did you fight for?
It's basically, I just say it was close enough to simply say 20. So yeah.
Yeah, and
But
probably
you know,
the last 10 probably shouldn't have.
But even we have I'd say probably at that last 5, 7 or so years of my career, I already had a lot of promoters and promotions that liked me.
Right.
They like working with you. They know your personality, stuff like that. Like, hey, I really like working with you there down Frye. Let me feed you this guy. Let me feed you that guy. There are real fights.
Yeah.
But they're feed you guys that it fits more to your advantage. I
never had that.
I did. I mean, I was very fortunate that a lot of the promoters they like me, and they're like, but they say, "Dad, what kind of opponent do you want?" I go, "I want a big guy." Right. It would mean like how big? 300+ pounders. And they're like, "What?" We're like, "Why?"
5'2", 300 pounds.
but again, how many of these promoters were actually competitors, past competitors?
Right.
They're not. But you know, from the physical aspects, people look at, wow, how big that person is.
Right.
You know, they're impressed by this physical presence stuff like this, but the reality is, how quickly can they move?
Right.
Not. How good is their cardiovascular going to be? Not.
Right.
You know, so it's kind of like, you know, I basically looked at, I was setting up things to where I was stacking the deck in my favor.
Yeah.
You know, it's still going to be a real fight. I still got to win it.
Right.
You know, I can't just throw out a banana peel, hope he's going to whoop, step and slip, fall down, and
You look at his weight, you look at his height, you look at his age, you look at his record, you know.
Yeah. Well, but again, you know, just to touch on that point, when you and I first started, you could not jump on the internet.
Right.
I couldn't say, oh, this guy I'm about to fight, look him on up.
Right, we didn't have that.
We could go to SureDog, or I could go to, fullcontactfighter.com, and I could Google your name, and now I can see all these video clips, and I can see all this footage, and know, I mean, literally almost all the, you know, where do you live, and the whole, you know, that stuff that exists. We were basically like flying by the seat of our pants, you know. And you had one of your training coaches, Rich, here a little bit earlier, and simply just to talk about how did you train? I mean, basically, everyone was kind of like flying by the seat of their pants. Well, let's do a little bit of this striking stuff. Let's do a little bit of this grappling type stuff. So there were no manuals. There was nothing, again, that you could Google and say, I want to be an MMA fighter. So you could do that now,
Yeah.
but not back then.
Now they're all mixed martial arts gyms, you know.
Yep.
Back then they were boxing gym or wrestling or judo or, you know, or Muay Thai or, you know, they were separate.
Yeah.
And then overnight they went from Muay Thai to MMA, you know, gym or karate gym to MMA.
You go to any bar on a Friday or Saturday night, they'll be wearing a UFC shirt or a ball cap, and I'm thinking most of those people, they can't even spell UFC or MMA.
And if you spot them, the F,
Let alone do it, but they've got enough, just enough of those barley pops in their system that, oh yeah, they talk the good talk.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I saw one Yahoo with gloves, fighting gloves at the bar.
Really?
You know, he had the UFC shirt and gloves.
That's probably not a good thing. He's already prepped you right now.
Yeah. That guy I'll stay away from. He's a dummy. he's looking for trouble. I don't want to go to jail.
Do they stop fights too soon these days, you guys think? Because often you see the referee jumping in there.
I think so. And some of them, they should have stopped when they started. They should have never been in the cage.
That's a tough call on a referee. I mean, I know the referees are trying to do the best decision that they possibly can make.
Well, they're trying to protect the fighter.
Yeah, but when you look at the only reason I'll even bring this up is that most of these referees have never been a competitor.
Right.
Okay, same way most of the referees have not been competitors. Even the judges have not been competitors of mixed martial arts. I had the opportunity. It would have been like 2 years back, inside Phoenix, Arizona, that they held the ABC national conference where they had literally over 400 different participants that came in between being certified as being a judge of MMA, but then also being a referee of MMA. And it was a week-long type of a deal that they had, but they brought in all the various state athletic commissioners. That they had basically 40 out of the 50 states were represented at the event that I went to. Well, the Arizona State, the state of Arizona athletic commissioner touched base with me. He asked me if I was going to be in town at that time, and I said yes, I would. I was going to be. And he said, "Do you mind on that Monday morning?" He says, "You're going to have all these various state athletic commissioners, and would you speak to them?" And I'm like, "About what?" You see, I'm good when it comes to just Q&A. Ask me a question, I can flap my hat forever. But simply to go up
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay, but to go up to make a speech, no, I'm not good at making the speech aspect. So, basically, I just asked, well, what do you want me to talk about? He says, you're that guy that's been with this industry from its beginning, from the NHB to what it has transitioned to MMA. He goes, just want you to talk about some of the aspects of it, and what's good about it or what's bad about it. I go, well, I think I can handle that. So I sort of reluctantly said yes, and so then I go, and my fee will be, and now he got choked up. Okay, I said I want to attend both classes for refereeing and how to be a judge. He's like, why? Hey, I said I've done both roles, but I have never taken an actual class. Back when it first began, it was just no NHB. I had already implemented rules at that time for amateur level, no holds barred, and then pro level, there was risk, but there was a reward. You're fighting for money. Amateur, there's no money on the amateur side. You're just trying to see, do I have the skill sets, the tools to progress on? And so I had different rules, and I basically pretty unique set of rules. It was actually hard for me to get. I was even doing a lot of the matchmaking because I knew all the questions to ask. It's kind of like as I'm asking a question, Yeah, how long have you been training MMA? Or again, there's no hose mark. How long have you been training your NHB career? You know, what kind of a grappling background do you have? What kind of this or that? Again, but then I would have to go back. What did you do in high school? Did you participate in high school sports? Football player. Okay, well, at least most of the guys, most of them did not have any. They just want to jump in the cage and fight because they thought they're a tough guy, but they have no athletic background. But if I knew that you played football at least 4 years, you're used to being banged around in football. Okay, I give you a little more credence. But if you're like a wrestler, again, for those same 4 years, I'm giving you a little more credence because now you can take people down. You might be able to throw some people, things of that nature. So I give you a little bit more. So again, that was a lot of the matchmaking. But so basically, try to make the long story short, I went to 2 different classes. And at the beginning of each class, they had each participant stand up, state their name, where they're from, and what was their background. Were they a former competitor? Did they do any training, or were they just a fan? And out of 400 people per class in these classes, there might have been four or five actual former athletes.
Really?
That was it. Everybody else fell into the fan category. And that just boggled my mind that they're like this. And so the Saturday, Sunday, I go through both classes, same day for both classes. Monday morning, it's time for me to go speak to all these state athletic commissioners. So I get there about a half hour earlier, and they're in a heated dispute as I walk in. And in this heated dispute, they're talking about what represents a downed athlete. Is it 3 points down? Is it 4 points down? Is it 3 points down but bearing weight? Is it 4 points down but bearing weight? I'm thinking, you know, and then they kept bringing up John Jones' name because he a lot of times would put down that third point, but he's not bearing any weight. He's just putting his hand down on the mat. And it just, they actually were so hostile that the national representative had walked up there and just say, fellas, let's take about a 15-minute break. Go get something to drink, go hit the restroom, stuff like that. Come on back, and then we'll have Dan Sever speak to us. Now I'm thinking to myself, great. I've got a hostile crowd to speak to here now on top of all this. So they all go, they come on back, and then they're doing this. They did a nice introduction. They showed this little musical montage of crash, bang, boom, and stuff like that. I'm trying to think, how can I get these guys to laugh right out of the blocks right now? And I'm like, watching all this crash, bang, boom. I'm like, once they're done with the little montage, open it up, like, well, fellas, how many of those techniques right now that I do that would be construed as being illegal in today's MMA world? Oh, they started to die that because literally, like, almost 100% of the things of the way I was suplexing people and doing what's known as 12 to 6 elbow strikes and things of that nature. And they're like, oh, they just, you know, they started cracking up. And then I went into this, I go, what some of you guys know, because you saw me in the class the last 2 days between the referee and the judging. I said I came in because I wanted to go through the classes, and I go, there is and I said, you guys need to get more former athletes to become a judge. You need more former athletes to become referees because there's a different mindset. And as we watch things, we're watching things in a whole different light than someone who just has only just watched it all their life and they're just a fan of it. I go right now inside the room here, and I point across the room there. I go, yeah, the most recognized referee, you got Big John McCarthy here right now. I said, let me just, you guys have been arguing about 3 points, 4 points, 3 points better weight, 4 points better weight. You got Big John McCarthy in here right now. Big John McCarthy's out in the cage. I'm on one side, here's my opponent on the other side. I said, Big John points to my opponent. He says, are you ready? He nods his head. He points over me. Are you ready? I nod my head. He said that old famous line, let's get it on, because he's listened to a little bit too many of Marvin Gaye's songs right there. And I go, and I drop down to an all 4 point stance. And I do the fastest bear crawl he has ever seen across that octagon cage. At all times, either bearing 3 or 4 points on that mat. And they will have to be bearing weights. Otherwise, how could I have propelled myself forward? And I will get right in there where I'll slam into my opponent's legs, To where either I move up into a clinch or I will slam into him and took him down, and I'll have him right where I wanted without ever violating the rules. And these guys were all stumped when I said that. And Big John McCarthy comes up there and goes, that's why he's damned to be severed. He goes, he's that guy that he knows how to manipulate those rules. But I go, but my whole purpose here is because having more athletes on board to give you guys that kind of feedback. That's what you need, because how many of these UFC owners, or excuse me, how many MMA owners, company owners, are former competitors? They're not. And yet they want, again, I'm not trying to speak poorly of them, it's just that they don't think the same way that the athletes is. They've had either more rules, or they'd have more ways of protecting the athletes. Kind of just like we were talking about before, about should these companies be taking care of these athletes? Well, if they paid the price for you to give you all this coverage, something like that, there should have been some type of fighters fund or something like that put into place to where if a guy is hurt and is permanently hurt, there's got to be something put in there, because what's he going to do? Go sit out on a curb with his coffee can and hope someone drops a couple coins into it. So again, there's a lot of improvements that still need to be made to the company, to all of these MMA companies. Again, I kind of refer to a lot of times just to UFC only because they're the most well-known company that's doing it.
Right.
And it's just I look at it from everything we talk about. You want the best element for the athlete, the professional athlete that is out there risking his body to where he could cause irreparable damage that will affect his life for the rest of his life. Yeah. So that's all. I know I talk too much. Go ahead.
What was the question? I was said before, they have amateur and they have pro. I think they need to have a semi-pro, because most of these guys claiming to be pro are semi-pros. I think as a pro, you're making enough money to live off of your sport.
Okay.
Where, everybody else is working. So, okay, the guy's a plumber, and he works 8 hours, then he goes to the gym for 2 or 3 hours, and that's what he does. He's a plumber, Joe Plumber. But so he's semi-pro. You don't need to claim that you're a pro fighter until you make enough money, in your fighting career.
There would not be very many people in that pro category.
Right.
I mean, even as the guys that are on some of these big venues right now, they're still not there that they can be independently, because they might get one match.
Right.
That one match isn't going to carry them for the next 30, 40 years of their life. You got to realize what's their window of opportunity. They're going to be doing this in their 20s to maybe early 30s to mid 30s at best.
And you're a semi-pro, because you couldn't sustain a lifestyle off of your sport.
Yeah.
So, you don't get to claim you're a pro.
Yeah, so I could definitely see the category of amateur, pro, but then have that
semi-pro in there, and you have a different set of rules. You have a different set for the amateurs, you have a different for the pros. So when you graduate from amateur to semi-pro, you still have, a separate set of rules than the pros do. And that's to protect the fighter, Maybe it should be a 3-minute round, instead of a 5-minute round.
Okay, for an amateur,
for the amateur
or semi-pro. I mean, to me, it's like going. You could be, maybe at the 3-minute mark for maybe the amateur. You could be at the 4-minute mark, maybe for the semi-pro, and then by the time you're pro, now you're doing these 5 minutes.
Now you do the 5-minute, yeah.
You could just use that as one example. So,
right, but you only give 4 rounds for a main event as a semi-pro instead of 5. That way you're protecting that fighter. You get softer rules, for those guys too. to try and protect the fighter.
Yeah, I could definitely see something like that happening.
You know.
Who was the biggest nutcase in the early UFC days?
That was a term of endearment. That was just a term of endearment.
I don't know. That's an odd question.
Oh my God.
How was it like dealing with John Peretti?
I never dealt with John Peretti. I was already in Japan at the time. I only met him once or twice. Did you?
I mean, basically, I think I only ever really met him just on one occasion, and I did not like what he was trying to sell me on. So my mother was trying to raise me. If I can't say anything nice, maybe I shouldn't say anything at all. I'll leave it on that note. How's that?
Was there ever any drug testing at the weigh-ins during 90s MMA?
No. Hell, I didn't even have weigh-ins.
Yeah, in the beginning, it was no hose bar. There were no weight class, so there used to be just called it was a press conference.
Yeah.
So it was just a press conference.
Yeah.
Showed up to the Friday press conference and
tell them your numbers.
yeah. Basically, then they would. Well, again, were they still? Did you know who your first opponent was, or did they pull out like my first UFCs? It was they pull out a bingo ball machine. You showed up to the Friday night press conference. They basically just would you'd have a mediator behind the podium. They would go through contestant one stand-ups. And your name is, and again, I'm just throwing out, okay, this is Ken Shamrock, he stands this foot tall, he weighs this, and his background is this and this, and then he has a current record of this, and then they go to the next person, and go down the line. Then once they announce who the 8 different individuals, which, once again, the internet did not exist at that time, so you're at the press conference, you finally see the other 7 men at the event. Then they pull out the bingo ball machine. They've got 8 different balls that are in there. They all have a name on them. Spin it out. Okay, here is Don Frye. Okay, spin number 2. Okay, now here's Ken Shamrock. So you find out right now on a Friday night, okay, your first match is Ken Shamrock. And everyone's like going, well, okay, who is this guy and what is his background? Because the internet didn't exist. I couldn't simply Google him up at that point in time and find out all this type of stuff. You fly by the seat of your pants. So
when they're blind, completely blind.
And you go out there, you do your first match, and while you're back after your first match, you're trying to either watch or have your corner scout what's happening in the match. You're trying to get whatever rest you can, which it's a 2-hour pay-per-view, and you're going to be out there pretty quick again because you got 3 matches tonight.
Right.
So again, when you look at what it once was and what it has changed to, how many athletes would be able to endure 3 matches in a night today? I mean, what I'll say there is a difference in the athlete today. The athlete is much more well-rounded. There's a lot more skill sets. They go into way longer training camps. But but how many of them could endure 3 matches to know that they didn't get hurt, they didn't get cut?
It still comes down to toughness. Who's fucking tough enough to grit? Who has enough grit?
There. I mean, let's see who's our picture in the background here that we're talking about who has some true grit. Oh, that would be
John Wayne.
There you go.
True grit, buddy.
Had to work Duke's.
Did a great job, man. Did a great job.
Who would have won? I guess both of you can answer this between
me,
Don, and Hoist Gracie. We already got Don's answer.
Say that again.
Hoist Gracie and Don. There's a fan asking on here.
Don Frye.
Again, Don. When Don stepped into the ring, he basically was the most complete competitor because he had a striking background and he had the wrestling background. And he had with the judo background. So he basically had 3 different pedigrees he came into the octagon with. That's where I was just good at not getting hit. I just kept hands up there to keep parrying away. I mean, hardly ever did you ever see me even make a fist. It was mostly at times my hands were just set open because I'm looking to knock away and get to clinches.
Dan was with the big bear. He's like
Just to wrestle. Just to wrestle. I was just to wrestle.
That Leonardo. What's his name? Leonardo what? The actor.
No.
DiCaprio when he got raped by that bear. That was Dan. Dan just took people down and raped them. You know, he just mauled them. You know, he would take them down.
I don't know. See, I've had Tank Abba say the same rapey type of thing, but it wasn't exactly the good way you were saying it. Yeah, I'm thinking, geez, Pete, it's kind of like going, huh?
I thought that was the Iron Sheik's gimmick.
Yeah.
How tough was chemo?
I never fought chemo. I don't know.
Yeah, neither did I. So
his dad was a very good guy. I met his dad a couple of times. He gave me a ride in Hawaii, picked me up at the airport, and gave me a ride to the hotel. And very nice guy, man.
Wade wants to know, this one's for Don, who was your favorite wrestler to be drinking buddies with? Because I know Dan doesn't drink.
It would have been Hawk from the Road Warriors. Met him that one time. We were on the same card, and we went out and drank till the sun came up. We come out of a bar and there's the sun. Hawk's like this. Yeah, he was a good guy, and I think he passed away 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
You know, but Mike was a good guy.
Minus both Road Warriors now. Mike and
Right.
both have passed on. So yeah.
Yeah, Animal was just recently, and that was pretty shocking. Do you think Hawk would have done well in MMA? Because he was supposedly a guy that used to love to fight. But street fighting.
Right, yeah. Well, that Brawl for All, is that what you did?
Yeah.
For the WWE?
Yeah, was Hawk? I don't think Hawk was in there.
Hawk was in it.
Oh, he was?
He lost to Billy Gunn, I think.
Bart Gunn.
Bart Gunn.
He was knocked out. Yeah,
knocked out by Bart Gunn.
Okay, yeah, okay. This tells you how much I was watching, huh?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't.
So much for scouting out your next opponent.
No, but I was not invited into it in the first place. That was the right part. When they were announcing all this, they when they had all the road agents would brought all the athletes back into the cafeteria area, they were telling them about this concept of this brawl for all. But then they said the only two people that are not allowed to be into it is Ken Shamrock and Dan Severn. And I had one of the road agents. I go, if I'm not going to be in it, do I have to sit here and listen to any of this? And he's like, no. So I left. So it was like
took your ball and went home.
Yeah, I did. But then, like a few weeks later, they're running this event, and I'm just sitting in the back there, just waiting to see if I'm going to be on tonight's show or not. And one of the road agents comes up to me and says, "Hey," he says, "How would you like to be in the brawl for all tonight?" I'm like, "Against who and how much?" They throw me a name, they throw me a price tag. I go,
sure.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Could either of you ever be friends with Ken Shamrock? Somebody's asking.
Sure. I don't have anything against Ken. I think he's a different, kind of animal, but so is Dan Severn. Dan's a different kind of animal.
At least I'm housebroken, okay? I don't think Ken is, though.
I got a lot of respect for Ken because when we fought, he came to fight. He did a hell of a job. I thought he did a hell of a job. I was really impressed with our fight.
Dan, Joe wants to know if you could talk about wrestling in Turkey.
Oh, he probably heard some of my turkey stories.
Eating a turkey or wrestling a turkey?
That's in November, okay? I mean, that was my very first true international experience. I mean, my very first experience was I did a tour of Canada. But my first really big international trip was going over to Istanbul, Turkey. and we're supposed to go up against young Turkish wrestlers. This was junior age group, so between 16 to 18 years of age. And so we're supposed to go up against Turkish wrestlers between 16 and 18 years of age. My first opponent was like a 35-year-old military Turk. So, I mean, he's fully aged and he's all muscled on over and he's got his buzz cut and meanness and ugliness all intertwined. And he's looking at me, at 18. I'm much younger looking. I've got a lot more hair on my head, stuff like that. And when we started to go to wrestle, he grabs a collar tie, but as he grabs a collar tie, he grabs a wad of my hair, cocks my head back, and he headbutts me, splitting my eye, and then to add insult to injury, he pulls a wad of hair out of my head. So as I'm backpedaling, my hands up in the air because the blood's trickling down, I'm looking at the referee like the match should be over. My opponent should be disqualified for unsportsmanlike conduct.
The referees warned you about stalling, huh?
Exactly. Referee looks at me, you're passivity, you're stalling.
Yeah.
And they did, even during this time frame, there were no concerns really about blood pathogens, things of nature. You actually wrestled with a handkerchief inside your sink. So basically just reach in, grab a handkerchief, wipe the blood, shoved it back in, got after it. But I'll say that it motivated me to where, when I took him down, it's kind of like, there's a technique known as a crossface. You can be kind of nice, put it in there like this. If you're a little bit more motivated, you simply rear back. I rear back, pow, popped him into the chop there pretty good, and I know I basically broke his nose is why I look at it, because I had blood coming out on my arm from his nose, and then he started to bite into my forearm, trying to take out a chunk of U.S. grade A, and that's when I always tell people my cheese kind of slipped off its cracker, and then I hooked down, and I started rolling on up there, because I'm trying to shove that, I'm going to use my bone, I'm going to shove that short little chunk of cartilage up to the black hole of space, and they could go bury his carcass out in the sand dunes. I don't care, this is me or him, and I choose me.
Right.
And that's when the referee blows a whistle, referee is cautioning me for passivity. Caution me for doing an illegal move. Into the round, referee sends me back to my corner, I'm a bloody mess. Referee sends my Turkish opponent back to his corner, he's a bloody mess. His coach is so angry at his athlete because this weedy looking American is beating his athlete that the coach pulls out a stick about the thickness of a broom handle and proceeds to beat his athlete to motivate him. So when I started climbing at the cage and stuff like that, I'm thinking, hey, I could speak the language, and at any point in time I could do this thing called a tap out, or say, hey, Mr. Referee, I've had enough fun for tonight, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
So been hurt far worse in my amateur wrestling career than I have been in my MMA career.
Oh, yeah.
Actually been hurt probably far worse in my professional wrestling career than I have been in my MMA career. Yeah. It's pretty sad to say, but the same thing you did was climb into the cage to fight another human being.
Yeah, it's safe, It's a lot safer than pro wrestling.
But you had, but you had how many boxing matches did you have?
I had 8.
Okay.
I had 8, I think.
Now, were these all amateur level?
I had one amateur back when I was in the 8th grade. And then, I was doing good. Boxing, knocked the guy down. Through the ropes, he's hanging, gets up, breaks my nose. Blood, you talk about blood. Blood all over the place. Referee stops, and then my mom's going crazy because her baby's hurt and bleeding.
Yeah, blood bleeding, you bet.
Yeah, just like a stuck hog, And they haul me off to the Davis Monthan Air Force Base down here because we were fighting here in Tucson, so they haul me there. The guard, stops the car and wants to see some IDs. She chews his ass out, My son's blah, 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 blah.
Mama Bear came out. Mama Bear, you bet.
He goes back in that fucking hut, shuts the door, locks it, waves us on.
That's a pretty good idea right there.
Yeah, and then we get to the hospital. And let's see, we're sitting there waiting. Finally, the Doc comes up, she chews his ass for taking so
Making it
long.
wait.
Yeah. My dad finds a place to hide. And then they get that done. And
Did they have to reset your nose?
oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I had to go back a week later, reset my nose. Back then, like that. I'm going backwards in the chair. I'm, 8th grade with 15 years old, I'm screaming like a woman, boy. I'll tell you what, you hear me yelling from here to El Paso.
Wow.
Don, someone has a question for you about your Pride entrance music. Do you know that your Pride entrance music was from a PlayStation video game called Test Drive? And what did you think about your entrance music in Pride?
No, I didn't know. I really didn't pay much attention. I thought it was the same music everybody got. Had no idea.
Yeah, I can say, but by that time, and usually when you're preparing for a fight, you're in a different zone at that point in time. You're
tunnel vision.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole place would explode and burn down. I wouldn't know it, man.
Yeah.
My tunnel vision was so bad.
Yeah. No, but that's a good thing, just because you're concentrating just on that one element there. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just simply need to know about that.
John wants to know from Don if it's true he had a backstage altercation with Jerome LeBanner after your kickboxing match.
Not that I know of. After he knocked me out, and all I remember, I was drugged up, going into the fight. I'd taken one pill too many, and I remember going out to the entrance thing, and then all I remember is waking up in the locker room and fully dressed, already showered, changed clothes, and,
wow.
And sitting there, woke up and talked to Bill Goldberg. What am I doing here? Bill says, well, you lost.
What was Bill there doing? Was he like a what was Bill doing there? Was he a commentary or was he?
Nah, but I think Bill came there and was doing a pro wrestling match for somebody else.
Oh, okay.
And,
on the same card, so they had a mixture
No,
of okay,
no.
all right, okay, at a different time, all right.
Something different. Bill's one of the nicest guys. Have you ever met him?
Oh yeah.
He's
No,
such a
great,
nice
great guy.
Yeah. You can't, you sit here all day long and talk about how nice he is. What a good guy he is.
Somebody on here wants me to ask you guys about the Bohemian Rhapsody song from Queen. Is there some sort of insight?
If he wants him to sing.
Oh, he wants him to sing it.
Sing a little bit of Bohemian Rhapsody.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself and Freddie Mercury. Bullshit.
Oh, that was a great song.
There was another guy that was asking what.
That's a take but I remember the first time he said that. The head singer, his name
Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury. He said because he made the comment because after I bawled him out and that was my match in the Old, but what kind of guy he goes out? I think he said I felt like I just got raped by Freddie Mercury. And I kept thinking I didn't know who Freddie Mercury was at that time, but I knew that it came from Tank. It was going to be no compliment.
Right.
So, yeah.
Thank Gavin go fuck himself.
William wants to know if you realized during your Vlad TV appearance that they blurred your Trump hat.
Yeah, I found that out afterwards,
Right.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad that, we're in the United States where you should be able to express your opinion, wear whatever you want to wear, so that's pretty sad.
They didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so they blurred out my Trump hat.
Upstate Strong wants to know who do you guys think is the toughest professional wrestler that didn't do MMA?
I'd say Haku.
Yeah.
Tonga?
Yeah, Haku would definitely fit a picture or something like that. I think there was a few different wrestlers that could have you know, that could have actually gone. I mean, Steve Williams, you know, could have been an MMA guy because he actually already had an amateur wrestling background. I mean, he wrestled at Oklahoma University. He could have done.
Oh, you're talking Dr. Death.
Yeah, Dr. Death.
I thought you were talking about
no. I mean,
the other Steve Williams.
Oh yeah, gotcha. No, so there's you know, there are guys that actually had some legitimate backgrounds to where you really don't know. You really don't know how they would have done.
Well, you don't know until you get punched in the face.
Yes.
You know? I mean, you see a bunch of, you know, wrestlers came into the sport who were Olympians, you know, gold medal Olympians, and they got armbarred, they got punched, you know, they never did another fucking match, you know? So I don't give a shit how many world championships you have in wrestling or skateboarding or bicycle riding, you know, until you get punched in the face, all that means nothing.
Justin wants to know if being a firefighter helped you at all for MMA. Did the mindset help you?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you know, there's a lot of close calls in the fire department. You know, and it teaches you. You know, John McCarthy asked me one time, "How can you be so calm before the fight?" Oh fuck, John, I'm not gonna die. And then almost proved him wrong when Coleman got hold of me.
I actually think that's a great question though, because I mean, firefighters, if they run into a burning building or something like that, they don't know what's all inside there.
Right.
That could be the last thing they ever do is they may not come out of that building. So you got to have that mindset.
Absolutely.
Your life, your first responder, your life is on the line.
Absolutely. You know, I did it. I loved it. It was great. You know, great career.
Robert wants to know, what is each of your tastes in music?
I like old country western and old rock.
I'd say it all depends on what I'm doing, because if I'm doing a workout or something like that, I want something that's a lot more upbeat. You know, like old rock and roll definitely would be one of the genres, but then there's sometimes like late at night if I'm mellowing out, there's some certain classical type of things I can get into at times. I know, rather sophisticated. Huh?
Yes, Beethoven. Well, you went to school with Beethoven.
I knew that moment that you said that. That was a yes. Him and Aristotle, yes. Yeah.
Still debated who invented the bicycle and who invented the
wheel.
telescope.
The wheel way back there. Yeah, the wheel. Yes.
Pro Wrestling Stream wants to know, which wrestling promoter would have done well as an MMA promoter?
I think a lot of them would actually fall in that category, because I mean, if you're looking for just promotions, that's I think a lot of different professions promote would fall in that same category, because all it is, they're looking for hype. And that's, again, I'll say that the beauty of professional wrestling is taking something, and you know, basically taking nothing to making something out of it. I mean, that's the real beauty of
Like Vince
that.
McMahon. Vince McMahon would have been great in anything. I mean, he could sell you a turd, make you happy about it, you know?
I'll take your word on that
one. You know, and then Dory Funk Sr. Dory Funk Sr. was a great promoter, you know? And shit. Oh, and then,
Elliot wants to know who each of you think is the best amateur wrestler of all time.
Of all time?
Oh, shit. A couple guys from Okie State who, God, I can't remember. And they became pro wrestlers, but they were even older than you.
Is that possible?
It's scary.
Well, and you know, there's several people that could fall in that category. I mean, I'd say that Dan Gable fell in that category at a younger career. Then you've had other people like a Chael Sonnen not Chael Sonnen, but from Iowa State University. Chael, I'm drawing a blank here now.
Sanderson,
yeah, there you go.
Sanderson.
Sanderson.
Kale, yeah.
Yeah, Kale. So I mean, there's It just all depends on what type of a time period that you're looking for, because the sport of wrestling's been around so long now that how far back can you go? Because many people fall into that category that they were really good during their time period, and their time came and went, and then other people. It's kind of like when you look at. I had a good run when I was with the UFC. Don had a good run when he was with the UFC. Just different time periods. So you really can't. It's kind of hard to really throw people at comparisons, because each time marches on.
And once again, it depends on how they react when they get punched in the face. I mean, you had these guys, going to kill Sanders, and other guys. Well, if they'd have done such a great fucking job, they'd have gone in and done it. But they probably got punched in the face before and said, piss on this.
Yeah. And if you take that one equation that Don Frye talked about, getting punched in the face, and then you look at that match between him and Takayama, there is nobody else that I can think of that got punched in the face that much many times, and he's still here to talk about it. So
still good looking.
Ta-da! Right there.
Still beautiful, baby. Still beautiful.
E. Kingsley is wondering how you guys met.
It was on a dating site.
Yeah, that would go over today. Attorneys as kind of like, well, this particular day, I had to. My sexuality was favoring. Yeah, right.
I went to a gay bar, asked for a double. They brought on a guy who looked like me. At Arizona State University, I was coaching at Arizona State University, and Don was one of the athletes that was there. I mean, I know Don on a much more personal basis. Don lived with a couple of my younger brothers, so I know Don on a much more personal type basis there. So, and he got me a job my first summer at ASU.
Did?
Yeah, you remember we did the Olympic. Barbell stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, Olympic Enterprise. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, worked in a pickup truck with no AC during the summer.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah,
that truck.
Moving thousands of tons,
Yeah, weights.
Yeah. I don't even know if we had a dolly. Do we have a dolly?
I think that's what we were calling each other.
Yeah.
Carry this over here. Carry that. Yeah. No, it was a lot of hard work. Yeah, I actually had a number of different wrestlers that worked through there. The gentleman that's I could go with the story. Well,
I gotta see a man about a horse. If he gonna tell another story, I gotta take a piss.
All right.
He leaves me. Don Frye leaves me to hold down the fort. It's okay. All right.
Well, he's drinking a lot of water today. It's good for his health, I guess. Jofo in the Ring wants to know your thoughts on WWE putting celebrities in the Hall of Fame while other more worthy guys such as Sabu, Rob Van Dam, and yourself have yet to be inducted.
That's almost worthless for me to make a comment on. I mean, I'd just be doing who's on the selection committee that goes in, who does the voting on this, is there an actual physical Hall of Fame? I mean, once again, we go back to the aspect of professional wrestling. What is professional wrestling? Professional wrestling is very politically motivated. There's a lot of wonderful athletes that have been involved in professional wrestling that they'll never be working at one of the really big companies just because they don't want to play the political games of things. And that's, there's nothing wrong with that. It's, even when you look at like a UFC Hall of Fame, are all the guys that are in that? Should there be others? I know about a few others. There's not a why isn't Frank Shamrock in there? There's a few other people that can be in that same type of category that, by all rights, are deserving to be there. Just professional wrestling. If I simply look at it this way, based upon some of the people that have been inducted in there, should Dan Severn be in that Hall of Fame? Oh, hell yes. I've accomplished way more, but it's gonna. But I'm
more
not,
than Drew Carey.
Well, I don't know about that one. You got me on that one, Hannibal. But just based on some of the people that they have inducted, I should be in a Hall of Fame like that. But it's I'm not going to play politics with anybody.
Someone wants to know your thoughts on the Diaz brothers.
Well, I'll say that, I don't know how to put it. I mean, interesting characters that, I mean, they like to smoke up, but they bring game. They're willing to take punishment out there. They're willing to dish out punishment. And again, they've helped to show that, you know, by partaking of, you know, CBD type products and that, there's merit and good to utilization of those kind of things. So I've got no problem with the Diaz brothers. They've been very entertaining to watch. They cut some pretty comical promos at times. So I'm good with them.
What did you think about, I forget if it was Nick or Nate in the ring with Anderson Silva when he was doing the thing pretending to sleep?
I don't know. I don't think I even watched that one, so I mean, I couldn't even comment about that. Let's hold down the fort the best I could.
You still telling that story?
Same story again. You know, it's kind of going. I just had to put record, repeat. Yeah.
Someone was asking Don what kind of hunting you do, if any.
Shit, partner, I haven't done any hunting in 5 or 6 years, but you know, we used to go deer and elk and bird, and then we go to California, Northern California, hunt them wild boars. Yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. You know.
Was the Katie Vick thing a shoot? Was that you, Dan, involved in that?
Wasn't me. I don't even ever heard of Katie Vick.
I don't even know what's the story.
I don't know. It was the Schniz Goku can fill us in more on that. Someone else was asking who are some of the nice people in MMA and wrestling that you've met.
Don Frye and Dan Severn. Now quit asking those stupid questions.
We all know you're not the biggest fans of Lieutenant Abbott.
No, how do you tell that? Come on, now you're putting words on her mouth.
Favorite food to grill? Someone's asking.
Steak. What the hell else is there to grill? Just put it on long enough, burn the hair off of it.
Well, I'm not that hardcore. I like my done through a little bit more, and I do like chicken as well. But you know, I go. It's just kind of good. I almost watch it there, Mr. Frye. Well, I can't. Okay, so I thought I could grab just one of those. Okay.
That match.
Gun versus Antler. Gun with all day long. Okay.
Yeah, keep that in mind, there, boy.
Okay. Point. Well taken.
Point.
Yes.
Red.
The judge gives that point. Mr. Frye. Yes.
Don, Danny wants to know if you put seasoning on your steak or you just eat it like rare like that.
No, I seasoned it with soy sauce, garlic, and horseradish, and some salt.
What was your diet like, Don, in your prime?
I'd eat 6 or 7 or 8 times a day. I'd eat every 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, and maybe that's why I'm broke. Maybe I spent all my money on food and fuel. And shit, I'd eat whatever the hell I could, whatever slow enough for me to catch.
Wow, that's a lot of meals a day.
It's a big door.
Doosan wants to know, Don, this is for you, whiskey or beer?
It depends on the circumstances.
The occasion, right?
The occasion.
Depends on the occasion.
The temperature.
Also depends on what kind of cigar you have going there
Absolutely.
as well. Yeah.
I know Don fought a lot more in Japan, but there's a fan asking, compared to Japan and the U.S., where did each of you guys like performing more? I know, Dan, you wrestled more in Japan than
Yeah, no, I actually like the Japanese audience. They seem to really appreciate things. I mean, even though the first couple times, like doing matches, they were always quiet.
Yeah.
But then it's like, oh, gee, I don't think they really enjoy this match. But then all of a sudden, oh, you just wait in unison. Oh, I mean, if they would go as I go, well, no, they I think they're a lot more deeper thinkers.
They're studious, you know. They study the match, and like you said, it throws you off because you think you're taking a shit out there because there's no cheering. But You know, they yeah.
No, it is. It just. But then when the match is done, the applause that you get when the match is done, it's really it's kind of a unique experience compared to an American audience.
Well, it was pretty neat when I was fighting in Pride. Hell, they do the wave for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Someone wants to know if Don had any interaction with the Yakuza during his Pride days.
I'm sure I did. Yeah, I'm sure I did.
Michael wants to know the biggest misconception about MMA that the general public has about it.
Biggest misconception. Well, it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks think that they can do it.
Yeah.
They should not. But I can't think of anything else other than that.
Yeah, there it is. People are fucking dumb enough to watch it and say I can do that.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Have either of you done any ribs in wrestling?
Yeah. When I was at Brad Reagan's training, Brian Johnson and I Brian had some cream cheese that, out of those little packets, and I put it in Kurt Hennig's boots, and Brian and I are up in the ring pummeling, keeping an eye on Kurt, and he saw it, and he put it, he thought, I guess he thought it was me, but he took it out of his boots and put it in Brian's. I guess he thought Brian's boots are mine. So I got them both.
Don, someone wants to know if you remember those UFC intro videos where the girl would be pouring you drinks before the show and predicting results.
Oh, what's your question?
No, okay, but that was Predator's prediction.
Predator's
prediction. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't UFC.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened to those? This guy claiming that he's John Jones wants to know. I don't know if it's the real John Jones.
No, I don't think so. Wants to know what?
What happened to those predictions?
I guess why did they cease? I mean, that's a better way of asking.
Stuart Wilson, who was Bruce Willis's stunt double for the last 8 or 9 years, he produced them, and they just got to be too much money to do. So they cost too much money because Stewart was doing everything through SAG, and so when you go with the union, it costs you a lot more to do stuff, and so he was paying SAG wages to the girl and to the camera guy, and the editor, and so it just got to be too much money.
Sick Ghost wants to know, Don, if anyone got mad at you for calling Paige Van Zandt a piece of ass.
I don't know. Did I call her? Or did I call Nisha Tate piece of ass? I think Paige would have liked it. Paige, what happened is I wanted Paige to sit on my lap, and I think it was the following year when I inducted Sakuraba into the Hall of Fame. After that, I went back to the hotel, and there's Paige and Uriah Faber, because they were a couple, and they were standing right next to the bar, so we were talking, and I blew it. I should have grabbed her then and got the picture. But shit, she loved it. She got mad at me. She says, "What the hell are you doing? Not talking about me and talking about Misha Tate."
What are your thoughts on Sakuraba? Both of you, Justin is asking.
I think he's fantastic. I think Sakuraba and Takayama-san are two of the greatest fighters, and the two brothers. God damn, they're gonna kill me.
Japanese brothers?
Yeah, the Hawaiian Japanese brothers.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah. God dang it. Oh, shit.
Well, just to play up what Don just said right now, for Sakuraba and Takayama, they were both working for the UWFI organization when I was first going over to Japan. And they were kind of at the, almost at what they call the Green Boy type status. Green Boys meant that they had to mop the floors, sweep the mats, cook the food at the dojo. So they were basically like a low man on the totem pole. And they actually were really kind of being mistreated a great deal. So to see them both kind of rise up and become stars in their own rights, that was great to see.
Dawn, did you enjoy working with Toho Studios? Uncle Lou wants to know, do you have any stories about that?
Absolutely. I love Toho Studios. It's fantastic. One of the best things that happened to me is working there, Hell, they had the pool out there, and after the Godzilla movie was over, they drained the pool and filled it with cement, and that was a shame because that was such an iconic piece of history, and Ruhei Katamura, picked me for the Godzilla movie. That was awesome. I had so much fun doing that movie. I told them I had a fight coming up. I needed to train. They said, "Oh, sure, no problem. You can train while you're not filming, And one day I said, "Okay, I need to go lift weights, go train." "You can't do that. You have your makeup on and your wardrobe." Oh shit! So there went the training. So when I fought, I lost.
Curdlot Farms wants to know, Don, where did you learn how to shoe horses?
Inoue. I learned it. Started with a guy named Stony Newfang. I worked with him, and then I found out about the fire department. So I got on the phone, called up all the towns in Arizona. Nobody was hiring, so I called up New Mexico, called up Santa Fe, and they were hiring. So I went over there and tested and got hired there, went through their academy, and then I was there for 6 or 7 months, and we couldn't afford to live there anymore. And so I brought my then wife back home to Sierra Vista, and I went off to Oklahoma City, to Oklahoma Horseshoeing School, and did their 12-week program, and came back home and worked for a guy named Tyler Basinger. I was his apprentice for 6 or 8 months until he got tired of my bullshit and he fired me. And hell, I was working for him, Tyler Basinger, and I just started my own horseshoeing business. And then I was a reserve on the fire department. And then I also worked at a mental hospital for juveniles, So I had 4 or 5 jobs at the same time when I first, trying to get my life together, And then it went from 5 down to 4, from 4 down to 3, and 3 down to 2.
Any bad accidents ever happened in shoeing a horse? I mean, did you ever have like a really bad experience, or too many of them?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about an animal that big, that powerful, and you try to shoe it.
Oh, most of them are real good. Some of them you got to get after, But you got to be calm, and you always don't turn your back on them, Especially a mule. A mule will wait 20 years to fucking kick you. He'll get it eventually. But I've been bit, stomped, thrown, kicked, shoved, but the thing that hurts the worst is when they rake you in the eyes with their tail.
Oh.
Because, their hair is real thick and coarse. When that crosses your eyeball, boy, it freaking hurts because they know what they're doing. Yeah.
Justin wants to know what do each of you consider your biggest accomplishments?
I don't think I've really accomplished anything yet.
Well, you got a house full of titles.
I mean, but you could actually, when you look at that, what is your greatest accomplishment? There's different sectors. I mean, there's different things that a person's done at different phases of your life that have those titles to it. You know, so yeah, I don't think you could ever really put one element there. It just all depends on where you're at in life and what are your priorities. You might have fulfilled those priorities at this age, but now you've got new priorities. Set for yourself, new goals.
Yeah, you got to set new goals, and that was my problem. That's where I fucked up in college wrestling. You know, I wanted to go to college and wrestle, and I wanted to be on the team. That was it. And once I did that, I didn't set any new goals. I didn't say, okay, I want to be Pac-10 champion. Now it's Pac-12. You know,
exactly.
And then, or I wanted to be Big 8 champion. You know. I don't know, is it Big 10 now? I don't know. But, and then say, okay, I want to be an All-American. Okay, I want to be national champ. I didn't. I set my goal, and I got it, and I didn't think a bit more and set another goal,
Now, normally I wouldn't bring up politics too much, but I know that Don is a big Donald Trump supporter. There's a fan on here, May One Dragon, wants to know each of your thoughts on Donald Trump.
I love him. I love Donald Trump. He got cheated. They stole the fucking election. Anybody who doesn't think so is a fucking idiot.
I'll simply just go with ditto. That summarizes. I don't have to go back into anymore. So.
Jay wants to know.
Okay, now let me elaborate here a little bit more. Okay, that's what was your choices when Donald Trump was running for office? What was your choices between Donald Trump and
Biden?
No. Okay, no, that was okay. The most recent.
The original
okay,
one.
that's okay.
Hillary, right?
Yeah, you had your two choices. That's what you got to look at. It's like most of the time, I'll say when you're voting in your presidents, I'm going to say this bluntly as this. You're trying to vote in the lesser of the two evils.
Right.
Because most time, before Donald Trump ever got into office, you did not know what he was going to really do. I mean, because what do most politicians do? They promise you a lot of empty promises.
They sell you a bag of shit.
And they don't do anything. So basically, you vote for the lesser of the two evils. I mean, I always tell people I voted for Obama because what was my choice? I had Obama or Hillary Clinton to vote for. So what are my choices? You try to
McCain.
Yeah, you just basically you vote for the lesser of the evils. It's kind of saying it's not the people's choice. We didn't elect these candidates to try to run, but when you look at a track record, I always say that. What makes more sense to vote into office? A business person or a lifetime politician? I would rather have a businessman any day than a politician, because a politician, they talk a pretty good game, but how many of them really do anything that they really say? They're not accountable now for what they said. So I despise most politicians because they just give you empty promises and then they're not held accountable. That's probably really what the biggest problem here in the United States is. No one is held accountable for what they do or don't do, because you have people that empty promises. You got media that are putting out false propaganda and they're not being held liable. I mean, there's so many things that are happening that are wrong. It's Don said it best. I mean, there's going to be a real reckoning that's got to take place to really put the United States back on its true path. I mean, it's sad. It's a sad state that we're in.
And I don't think voting for Trump was lesser of two evils. I think Donald Trump was a candidate you wanted to vote for, you wanted to put in there because you knew he was going to. I mean, Make America Great Again. That was great, man. That was a great slogan, man. He did it.
No,
he brought jobs back.
Don't get me wrong. I voted for Donald Trump both times, but I was gonna say, prior to Donald Trump coming in, because he was a proven commodity of what he did.
Yeah.
No empty promises. I mean, all you got to simply just simply look at it right now. What has Biden done? What did he say, and what has he done? He's done more damage to the United States
in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's going to. Americans are going to suffer. American people are going to suffer, and that's the sad part. Again, politics and empty promises it's sad, and these guys are held liable for what they said. How is that going to affect him? It's going to affect him. It won't be affecting most of these politicians because their paychecks are still coming in. Their health benefits are still there. They have better health benefits than what you and I have. And gee, whatever happened to the Constitution? Constitution starts off with "we the people." Doesn't start off us saying "y'alls." No, that's good. People need to be held liable for what they say and what they do, and that is across the board. No one gets a free pass.
Well, they did, because they stole the election and they told us to go kiss their asses, and we rolled over and we took it. I just can't believe it.
Elliot wants to know, since you guys live close to the southwest border, your feelings on immigration and immigration reforms.
Immigration's okay. I don't have a problem with immigration. It's illegal immigration that I got a problem with, and we needed that fucking fence, and that's one of the reasons that, they ganged up on Donald Trump. They stole the election because he cut off a lot of money going illegally to the fucking congressman. They can't get that. You think they don't get a cut of the goddamn drug money? You're out of your mind. You can't read that, lady.
Don and Dan, 2024.
Oh yeah,
Bunch of
somebody.
people the best.
Oh,
We need to make a shirt.
I don't think the world would be ready.
you're not ready for that, no.
There'd be too much correction,
Last question.
but it would be a much better place.
Last question before I ask you about your podcast. Someone was asking earlier about Ben Askren, your opinion on him. He's got a fight coming up against Jake Paul, the guy that's an extremely popular social media guy. What are your thoughts on that fight coming up? It's a boxing match, and of course Askren's a wrestler.
Yeah, I've heard some hype about this, and I actually think it's the other Jake that has been actually the one that's been the instigator. Is that, am I correct on that too?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I don't know why he's pursuing that one. Again, Ben Askren doing a boxing match. I don't know what Ben's. His pedigree is all wrestling.
And he got knocked out real hard.
Yeah, well, with that flying knee, and that was because I know that prior to that match, people were asking me, who do you think is going to win? I said, well, I don't know what Ben's been doing for his hands, but I simply know that if he gets a hold, that he'll do very well if he gets a hold of somebody, because he's
Never
a
had a
wrestler.
chance.
Yeah, exactly.
But Masvidal's a different animal.
Yeah,
Masvidal's a fucking animal.
And I give him all the credit for what he did, and he had a game plan, and he executed that game plan precisely. So he did great with that. So the theme that has come up several times through the course of this interview is that everyone's got a game plan until you get hit in the face.
Yep. And
Getting hit with the hands one thing, getting hit with a flying knee, that whole body weight, that's a little bit more velocity.
And Mike Tyson, I love Mike Tyson, but he didn't come up with that. Everybody's got a plan until they get hit. George Foreman said that back in '74, or when he fought Ali, and I think somebody said it before him, So that's the saying that's been around for 100 years.
So what's your prediction on that Jake Paul fight against Askren?
Well, Better be Ben. Better be Ben.
Yeah, I would say that I would just not knowing the other gentleman's background whatsoever. I just would be looking at that Ben Ashford would be putting in the time. He was a very accomplished wrestler. I would think that he'd be putting that same work ethic to work for him in
Yeah, he's a very good athlete.
To tune up whatever boxing skills that he can and whatever time frame he has to do it with it.
He knows how to train. He knows how to train hard and study and learn.
I believe Jake Paul had a very quick knockout against
some basketball
former
player,
NBA
right?
star on that Tyson versus Roy Jones undercard.
A basketball player and a wrestler or fighter is completely different. Completely different.
Now, someone was brought up earlier. Are you guys going to do a podcast? Well, you've actually already been recording them. You recorded one earlier today with Rob Schneider. We will be putting some clips of that on this channel, but you want to tell us a little bit about your podcast, where people
Probably should just tell them the name here so far. Toxic Masculinity.
Dan and Don's Toxic Masculinity.
And this is the gentleman that came up with this name, Toxic Masculinity. Because we're just living in because we're living in a very strange world, strange times where people don't know what they are. I think they have to wake up in the morning and they have to flip a coin to go, today I identify
as a horse.
Yeah, I mean, it's
tomorrow I'll be a giraffe.
Yeah, it's kind of like we're living in strange times where parents are told that don't let their child say what sex they are. Let them
decide.
Yeah, let them decide a little bit later. And I'm thinking, wow, whatever happened to parenting? I mean, again, I'll just simply say we are living in some of the strangest times where I really wonder where intelligence has gone in the United States. It's I think it has left the building.
Well, yeah, people should mind their own goddamn business, and let the parents parent.
Yeah, but people, again, what you do in your home is your home. Yeah. I always tell people, I could care less if you're doing naked cartwheels.
Yeah.
Just do it in your backyard, not in the front yard that I have to see you.
Right.
Okay? Do it in your backyard, and hopefully there's a fence.
Yeah.
I could care less with that, That's some of the things, the privileges that you have here in the United States. There was the amendment that we had freedom of speech, but then that's been being taken away more and more, being hindered to where that is being held against you. That's pretty sad.
Yeah, this politically correct bullshit has ruined the country and got us in a bad spot.
Yeah. And there needs to be a correction. It's okay to disagree. I mean, there will always be people on both sides of the fence on things, but there's a lot of things that are going on that there's a lot of corruption that's taking place.
So for people that want to find out more about the podcast, I guess, Dan, they can follow you on social media. And you're going to be sharing this information?
Oh, I mean, I will, but I mean, I'm not. Right now, I kind of suck. I mean, if I had to say, just find out more, I mean, I'd simply push my website right now, danserver.com. Don, what would you say for best way to find out things?
I don't know. I've got to get a new Instagram because my Instagram got taken down. So,
but yeah, on my website, danserver.com. I mean, I do have different social media outlets up. But I mean, it's if you look for just the name itself, Toxic Masculinity. I mean, that's you should find something underneath this. Isn't that correct, gentlemen? Okay.
Very soon, our first two podcasts will be broadcast.
And I guess we're not exactly we're not exactly politically correct type of individuals, but we're honest people speaking from the heart and being a little bit blunt and bold about things that maybe that's something that is
scary, frightening right now.
I mean, it's there's a lot of people that are afraid to actually speak their mind, and someone that doesn't mind being punched in the face doesn't mind speaking his mind.
That's right. What are you gonna do? Punch me in the face? Happen. You gonna break my nose? Happen. You gonna break my arm? Happen. You gonna break my knees? Happen. Yeah, what are you gonna do? You know, fuck.
Yeah.
And you already have a mascot as well for the podcast.
That's right. That's right. Dan Severn's the mascot.
where are you at there? Where's our? We got Quinn. Where's our?
You know, Dan and Don's toxic masculinity is either that or it was Dan and Don more better. More better podcast.
So what's the difference between this podcast and Joe Rogan's, for instance?
There's two of us.
There's two people, but it's okay. And who was the first guest? We know the second guest was Rob Schneider.
Yeah, Ray Cash.
Ray Cash.
Ray Care. Cash was his call sign. You know, when he was in the
Marines.
No, the CIA.
Okay, well,
he was a Navy SEAL. He was a Navy SEAL, and he got out and went to work for the CIA.
Yeah.
Hell of a guy, man. Hell of an American.
All right, well, I really appreciate both of your times today. I'll let you guys close it up.
It was about damn time. Holy shit, man. I said I'll sit down for 5 minutes. Here we are 5 hours later. One Dan Severn story. God.
All right. I think Dan Severn has left the building. All right.
Thank God.
Okay.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV. Please like this video if you enjoyed it and click the subscribe button to not miss any of our latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news updates. Support us on patreon.com for $1.99 a month to watch our full shoot interviews ad-free and help our channel grow. Follow us on Twitter at the Hannibal TV for instant updates.
Shamrock gets Severn in a guillotine. Watch that show. Go get UFC 6 and see how long that tough son of a bitch Dudley Do-Right fights that off that guillotine. He starts slapping that mat so fast he looked like a fish on a wrestling mat. And then that goes down. It's just, there's your tough guy. That's your Severn. That's your Dudley Do-Right. He's going to push me in the water.
Do you think Don Frye got his voice from drinking out of the horse water?
Oh, probably. The Brokeback Cowboy. I could see that. I hope he's doing good. I hope that show, that toxic masculinity, they could get like that swimmer that, you know, that's competing like a woman. They could get that guy on or her, whatever she is, to interview her. A toxic masculinity. Doesn't that fit? Hey, I should be a booker for your show. Come on.
Would you appear on their show if they had you on? I'm sure the fans would love to see that.
Oh, I don't think they would know what to do. Brokeback might get out of the chair and attack me, and then Dudley Do-Right will be over there shaking his head back and forth with his arms crossed, going, well, that doesn't make sense there. I hope those boys don't do that. Oh, Lord.
Ryan wants to know if you think Don Frye was on the juice. I can pretty much guess your answer.
I don't know, but look at that face.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV. Please help me out and like this video, then click the subscribe and get notifications buttons so you don't miss any of my latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news updates. Follow us on Facebook at the Hannibal TV for more live streams and videos. And while you're at it, follow us on Instagram and Twitter at the Hannibal TV.